increased damage to vehicles and has 2 firing modes, fast and faster. The default setting spits out bullets at 660 rounds per minute, while its toggle ups that to a ridiculous 990 rounds, showing your enemies the true meaning of bullet hell. The MG3 spawns in care packages on all battlegrounds. It also comes standard with a bipod for those times you need to kick it into high gear. Whether you're seeing how much extra metal you can fit into a BRDM, or seeing how fast your enemies can dance, the MG3 light machine gun is a must-grab from your next care package. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Hi PUBG Sports fans, I'm your PUBG Sports guide, Annie, and I'm here with Paper Thin.
Hey guys, thanks for joining us for another episode of the PUBG Esports News Show.
So today we're going to talk about the upcoming PUBG Continental Series 2, the whole participating team list, and the watch points we have there.
Yeah, exactly. This is going to be really exciting. Not only are we covering the teams and players, but we have a new format this time around. It's going to be 6 days with 4 games per day for each region. So this is going to be a lot of fun and I think should be really good for the fans.
So we have a week more to enjoy PCS2. So check out the calendar and don't ever miss a single match. And also, Pick'em Challenge is also back, so don't forget to participate. First, let's start with Asia. Here, we can find 11 new teams compared to PCS1. It's going to be a whole new competition here. We do have 4 teams which participated in all PCS events, like 4 Angry Men, Infantry, Tiamba, and OGN&2s, but they will have to have a new strategy because they have to compete with whole new teams.
Yeah, exactly. While some of these teams are going to be familiar to PUBG Esports fans, a lot of them did not participate in PCS1. So things are really getting jumbled. And especially, I think a lot of the drop locations are going to be contested in the Asia event. So I'm really excited to see how that plays out.
I'm really interested in the landmark fight on School and Apartment Zone and Pochinki. How do you think about that?
Yeah, exactly. There's 2, I think probably the 2 most interesting battles that are going to be taking place on Erangel is going to be between 4 AM and Ghibli for the School and Apartments. Now, historically, Ghibli has taken control of that location from 4 AM, so we'll see if that continues. The other one is going to be SMG and OG and Entis over Pochinki. Now, Entis tries to fight over Pochinki. It doesn't really seem to go well for them. So in recent history, it seems like they've been more willing to move away from that location. Will that be the case this time around? Because China teams really seem dedicated to fighting over their landmarks.
I pretty much watched all of the PCS2 Asia qualifiers, and the last day of Asian qualifiers were insane. For example, in PJS, Detonation Gaming White and Sengoku Gaming was first and second before the last match, but both 2 teams struggled in the last match, and Sun Sister and Element 36 earned a lot of points and achieved that 2 last tickets.
And to mirror that, in Korea, we had 3 teams that tied for the same amount of points for the very final spot to qualify for PCS2 Asia. So it was an intense final game with the Afrika Freaks and Genji and VSG all having the same amount of points, but Afrika Freaks won the last game and had more kills than the other 2 teams, so they were able to come out ahead.
Yeah, it was really shocking not to have Genji in PCS2.
The other team I would like to highlight from Korea is T1. Now they have picked up Starlord, the veteran from VSG, who has moved over to be the in-game leader for T1, and he led them to a victory in PCS2 Korea.
In China, Infantry, the former champion of PCS1, won PCL, and I'm really glad to see the constant performance here, so I'm expecting a lot in PCS2 also. And I want to highlight SMG. This team is consisted of players who have been playing in global events in 2019, so I think these players are really capable of playing in global events. Also, Met98 from this team represented the Team China in PNC 2019. One more interesting thing here is that 4 AM barely made it to the PCS2 by 1 point. It's always amazing to see that 4 AM eventually make it to the global events no matter how.
Yeah, they're really crazy. I really would like to also highlight highlight the two teams that qualified from Chinese Taipei. This is going to be their first time in a big global event in a while for some of them. Gex Ace, of course, looking to try to match their sister team's success. And Team Sadie's is a team full of very young, talented players who are finally old enough to get their shot at playing in one of these global events.
So next is North America. We can see a lot of familiar teams here, but we have to talk about Shoot to Kill. They dominated group stage. They won most kills, most assists, most winner in a chicken dinner, and community voted MVP Purdy Curry. They've won group stage by 63 points. This is really a huge point gap, but would there be teams to challenge Shoot to Kill by any chance?
Yeah, definitely. I think there are a lot of teams who can challenge Shoot to Kill here. I'm going to focus on three. The first being Oath, a young team, a team full of really, really mechanically gifted players, of course, winning the PCS Charity Showdown. So these guys always going to be in it, I think. So the second team I'm looking at is Radiance, a team full of veterans who've been playing for quite some time. 3 of their players actually participating in PGC 2019. Los, Waldo, these guys are really good. McCoy, I mean, what an incredible team to have. And then finally, I'm gonna look at Sonics. They do support the superior pizza, being pineapple on pizza, so you gotta give them some love.
Yeah, I love pineapple pizza too. But I want to talk about Tiggleton. He's back with Sonics. How do you think about this team synergy?
I think it's going to be interesting to see how they gel. I mean, Tiggleton's been kind of bouncing in and out of teams for a while. Of course, we know he's an insane player on his own. He's capable of popping off at any time. The real question is how fast are they going to be able to get their teamwork going? If they can get it going, they absolutely have a shot.
Lastly, I want to talk about Team Veritas, the former Wildcard Gaming, which was the biggest rival to Shoot to Kill in PCS1. All 4 members moved to Team Veritas, so I really want to see the rivalry again in PCS2, and I'm expecting a lot from them too. So next is APAC. I see a lot of familiar teams here, and I see some new teams, but among these teams, I really want to highlight 2 teams, Division X Gaming and Archangel Predators. Division X Gaming, they were the champion, and Archangel Predator, they led this event in the first week, but we couldn't meet them in PCS1, but now they came back, and I'm really expecting a lot from these teams.
Yeah, for me, I'm really gonna highlight MSC Theraton, the 2-time champions of the PTS, the Thailand series, so I really think there's a lot of potential here, as Thailand has really shown to be a strong country in this region. The other team I'd say is more of a dark horse, but I think has a decent shot at potentially winning this as Battle Arena Elites. There's a lot of really strong players who kind of bounced around from teams like Flood, who used to be on Athletico. You've got Loki's, who's been on BAE for a while, Neferhor from Australia, and then Sophia from Malaysia as well. So this is a really, really good team.
What about the Oceanian teams? Like, they now have only 2 seeds, but I think Astra and Fury are the best 2 teams in Oceania.
Yeah, definitely. I'm going with Fury. They just are so consistent. They're the best team in Oceania for sure. So for this team, they definitely have a real shot, and I'm definitely considering them for my pick to win APAC.
So here we have a lot of teams who made it to all PCS events, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's been quite a few teams that have made it to all 3 PCS events so far. Coming from Vietnam, both Cerberus and Divine have qualified for all 3, and from Thailand, Buriram and Daytrade Gaming have both made it as well. So this might be their chance to really shine.
And last, we have 2 Indonesian teams again from the future. From PCS Charity Showdown is back, and Victim Rise is always consistent in their league, so I'm expecting a lot from them too. Last but not least is Europe. Europe, we can see a lot of familiar teams, but there are a lot of strong teams here, so any teams can win here. We really have to talk about the last day of the group stage. Navi, they won 4 chicken dinner in a row, earning 96 points. This is a record. And FaZe Clan, they showed the FaZe Sunday, earning like 87 points. They were a huge point there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these are some of the mainstay teams, the teams that we've come to know and love in Europe, really stepping up on the final day, making one of the most exciting days in PUBG Esports history. So many exciting days across so many regions, but you really love to see it. FaZe looks like they're finally starting to come together. Navi adding orange seems to be a good addition, replacing Kemba, but Senya continues to lead whatever team he's on to good results.
I also want to talk about Clib moving into Team Liquid from Tempest. How is it going?
Seems to be going really well. It seems like whatever player you fit into the Team Liquid machine does really quite well. So I'm excited to see this with the results, having him on the team for the first time, being this good. Maybe this is finally the roster that can take them to the heights where they can win a championship. So I'm really excited about that. Another player that I'm interested to see how he does is Kemba, moving off of Na'Vi over to Winstreak. They looked pretty darn good, to be honest, for their first time together as well. So they're definitely a team you got to keep in mind. I mean, there's so many good teams in Europe.
I know, Northern Lights, they've been performing so well constantly throughout all PCS events, and TSM, they've kind of struggled in PCS2 group stage, but they were the champion of PCS1 Europe. So I can't wait to find out which team will be the champion of PCS2 Europe out of these marvelous teams. And again, we have PCS2 Pick'em Challenge on track. I really love the PCS2 items. How do you think about it?
Oh, they're great. I mean, once again, just awesome items to choose from.
Yeah, so to get the reward items, you need EPs and building coupons, and we'll tell you how to get them. So for EPs, you can participate in Pick'em Challenge. And the main event is, as always, predict the winners. So you can easily predict the winners of each region and get 100,000 EPs.
Once again, the Pick'em Challenge, it's going to be free to choose the rivalries. And this time around, though, the way you get points is going to be a little bit different. It is a weighted voting system, meaning if you pick a team and you're one of the low percentage people and your team does better, then you're going to get way more points than if you say pick a team that has a lot of votes for it and they win. So it's kind of an interesting gamble you got to take.
Yeah, you have to think a lot before you pick. You can also get additional EPs and voting coupons by simply watching PCS2 live streaming on Twitch. You can get it by Twitch drops. And also there will be the quizzes during matches, and if you get right, you can also get EPs.
Right, and also the same thing's gonna happen like in PCS1. There's gonna be codes that come up on the screen. There's only a limited number of people who can get them, so you gotta be ready to enter them into your PUBG client as soon as possible. And console players, don't worry, we got you guys. Details of how you can participate are coming up soon too.
So don't forget to participate in Pick'em Challenge and get exclusive PCS2 items. And here's our pick. PUBG Continental Series 2 will kick off on August 27th with PCS2 Asia. So mark your calendar and stay tuned. I'm really excited to see who's going to be the champions.
Yeah, I really can't wait. And thank you guys so much for your continued support. PCS events have been awesome so far this year, and we couldn't do it without you.
So don't forget to subscribe and like for more PCS2 news.
Update 8.2 has just arrived, and we've got plenty for you, including a new crate weapon, new throwable, cosmetic updates for a couple of weapons, and more. Let's dive in. First up, there's a new machine gun in town, spawning exclusively in care packages. The MG3 is a 75-round LMG that uses 7.62 ammunition and can be set to fire at 2 different speeds. Take down your enemies with a bit more control at 660 RPM, or show them the true meaning of bullet hell by switching to the weapon's 990 RPM setting. In addition, every 5th round and the last 10 rounds of your magazine will be tracer shots, giving you a bit more visual information on where your shots are headed. The MG3 also does increased damage to vehicles and features a bipod for significantly increased control while prone. For now, you can only find the MG3 in normal matches, but we'll keep you updated when we plan to introduce them into rank mode. Up next is a new way to distract and disorient your opponents. The decoy grenade is a new throwable that mimics gunfire sounds for 10 seconds. The deceptive decoy can be used in a variety of ways, including flushing enemies out of cover, covering your advance, or getting enemies to turn away before you begin your spray. The decoy grenade spawns as rare world loot exclusively on Sanhok, and will only be in normal games for the time being. The Kar 98K, SKS, and M416 have all received a cosmetic update this patch. All three weapons have been remodeled from scratch for higher visual fidelity, along with a sound quality improvement to match. We've updated helmet slots to allow you to choose what you see while playing. By toggling your helmet off, you'll keep your cosmetic hat or hoodie visible, but be aware that this toggle is only visible to you. Enemies and teammates will still see you wearing your helmet. Players feeling a little nostalgic can now swap out their lobby music to one of several different options from over the years. You'll be reset back to the default music each new season, but you can feel free to switch it up whenever you like. For players who have been eager to battle it out against a group of friends, we've added Team Deathmatch to custom game settings. Grab some friends or members of your community and see who comes out on top. One last thing. The Esports menu has been updated with the PCS2 Pick'em Challenge. Like before, you can participate in the fun by making your own predictions for the chance to win some great PCS2 skins. Check out our patch notes for the full schedule. That wraps up this patch report, but there's plenty more details on what Update 8.2 brings. You can check out our patch notes for everything new, or just jump in and play for yourself. We'll see you next time.
哇，4、5个急救包。这个我。
Level 3 vests and helmets with the.
What the? 이렇게? あっち。ちょっとなんでそこ。
Oh, what? Duncan's M4?
Whoa! Welcome everyone to PCS2. We're kicking it off with the Asia region. Welcome aboard. We are so excited to have you guys here. Paper Thin and Bench, that's not us. We'll come on camera eventually, but this is going to be the English broadcast for things. I am so excited to be back. There are so many good teams here. China, Korea, Chinese Taipei, and Japan all competing for a championship. And Bench, we've seen a lot of exciting qualifiers coming into this, but now we're going to see, I think the big question on everyone's mind, can anyone stop Infantry?
Infantry has won the PCS1 and they won the PCL as well in China, and they're coming into PCS2 with all that energy behind them, so they have the momentum. And the real question, as you've mentioned, is can anyone stop them? Like, couple teams coming into my mind right now is T1, as they won the Korean qualifiers as number 1. The new addition of Star-Lord to the team was very, very effective, I would say, in a different region. Maybe in China, champions of competition might have a chance. They almost stopped Infantry, but the point gap was a little bit high. So let's see if they can continue the progression into PCS2.
I mean, there's so many good teams that are coming into this event. From China especially, it is proving to be a really strong region this year. In Asia, they've won every PCS event so far, so you're kind of looking to them right now to be kind of the leaders of this region. Behind them, not too far behind them at all, has been Korea. I mean, you look at PCS1, even though Infantry won, the next 3 teams were Korean teams. Korea was dominant in 2019. Here it's been China. The Korea teams really looking to step up and see if they can dethrone their next door neighbors.
So the Chinese play style of being quite aggressive, hot dropping any team they want to. The Korean teams kind of struggle to face against that, but now they're really picking up the style, and right now we're going to be seeing the old clips of the Gen G squad, which got knocked out in the Korean qualifiers recently.
Yeah, of course. A lot of these are going to be kind of Asian-themed events. You can see that was the old VSG team, which Star-Lord was leading, and then Gen G won the MET, and then went on, of course, to win this event. And you can hear me.
Oh, that's you.
That's me.
That is Paper Thin, guys.
So that was me. I was really excited to be a part of that. And let's watch this video a little bit.
PCS2 선발전이 새로운 시작이었거든요. 저 자신에 대한 테스트고
새로운 선수 영입되고 하지 못했던 우승을 드디어 할 수 있겠다. 그런 게 점점 보이기 시작하는 거예요.
也算是一种 PCS2 的资格，所以我觉得还是蛮激动的。
저희가 오픈 슬롯도 그렇고 선발전 본선 무대 자체도 막차를 계속 탔는데 약간 짜릿함을 많이 느꼈거든요.
出来之后才确认的晋级了。这一把打之前也没有怎么想，正常打嘛。
이제 국제 대회를 처음 프로하면서 나오게 됐는데 한편으로는 또 설레는 마음으로 굉장히 기대하고 있습니다.
世界赛的舞台说一句我们回来了。
중국 리그도 그렇고 대만 리그, 일본 리그 다 봤을 때 절대 무시를 못 하겠더라고요.
韩国方面战术体系比较完整嘛，虽然我们会有随机应变能力比较强嘛。
중국의 IFTI 팀이 PCS1 때도 우승했고 중국 선발전에서도 1등으로 올라왔더라고요. 꾸준하기도 하고 잘하기도 하기 때문에 라이벌로 생각하고 있습니다.
其实不害怕遇到什么队，害怕遇到那种
就是只要航线能到，大家就能打就打。
我觉得这次 PCS2 6-2吧，因为我们肯定还是要跟他们抓点的。
저희는 포인 4대 0으로 정리하고도 치킨 먹을 자신 있으니까 자신 있으면 계속 오십시오.
저희 아프리카 프릭스 팀은 모든 분들이 아시다시피 근본 팀으로 불리고 있고요.
누가 그런 말을 했죠? 근본이라 하면은 저는 그래도 저희 팀밖에 없다 생각합니다.
希望我们在 PCS2 的比赛上继续打出我们自己的风采，我们也一定不会辜负大家。
저는 이번 PCS2가 기블리를 위해 준비된 무대 같거든요.
既然 PCS1 的冠军是我们中国的，那 PCS2 的冠军我们就不可能拱手相让给韩国。
여러분들 다 놀라실 만한 멋있는 사고 한번 쳐보겠습니다.
我觉得本次 PCS2 威胁最大的没有特别的吧。
然后团队的目标就是冠军。
선발전에서 좋은 모습으로 우승했으니까 PCS2 아시아도 당연히 T1이다 하는 모습 보여주면서 우승하도록 하겠습니다.
an exciting preview from some of the players of what they expect and what we could see happen here at PCS2 Asia. The games will get underway shortly, guys. Stay tuned. But I think there's so many interesting storylines coming into this bench from a lot of different teams and a lot of different regions. We've already talked a little bit about China and Korea, how they are looking to kind of either as China maintain their dominance or as Korea reestablish their dominance. However, I think we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about Chinese Taipei and Japan, because there's some really good teams there.
So in the Japan qualifiers, E36 knocked out Detonation Gaming White by 6 points and advanced into PCS2, which is quite interesting because Detonation Gaming White is also one of the aggressive teams in Japan who has a good shot, and they were in PCS1 as well. But E36, a new team, so to speak, on the rise, has knocked them out and made themselves once again put foot back into PCS2. So I'm really interested to see in Element 36 once again.
Yeah, I think they're a team that has shown a lot of grit, a lot of determination, not only performing very well in PCS1, like you mentioned. I mean, they won a 2v4 against Infantry in PCS1. So we know they can go toe-to-toe with any team in the world. But also just getting here, like coming through on that very last game of the very last day of the PJS to qualify. Sun Sister, once again, the perennial favorite in Japan. They continue, they make minor roster changes here and there. You know, we still have Crazy Sam, Kendes, Faye, but now we have a new player, Polly, that's coming in for them. But they still are the top of that Japanese region. And that region, I think, just gets slowly over time better and better and better. And, you know, they need to have some confidence going into this, and then they have a shot. And then over in Chinese Taipei, we're seeing 2 new teams this year.
It's going to be GEX Ace, which is the academy team. That's what I heard against GEX. And what's funny, or not so funny, but like interesting to see is their academy team advanced into PCS2, but their main roster of GEX failed to do so.
It is a little shocking. I mean, GEX has been there in the first 2 PCS events of the year, the Charity Showdown and won. But this time around, they just weren't able to do it. So it's going to be really interesting to see Ace. Ace is a very good team. They've played well in some of the other international events I've caught or casted them at, so don't count them out. And Sadie's, I really think this team might surprise. I think they have a real shot to come in here and really pop off. Now, historically, when I've watched Sadie's or casted Sadie's, they're a little slow to start, but as the event goes on, they get better and better. But they're a very young team, so keep that in mind. They are just able now to have their full roster be of age. I believe it's Zach just turned 18 a couple months ago. So now they are able to play as a full 4-man roster here at these T1 PUBG Esports events. And don't sleep on them, guys. They have a real chance. So this is going to be really fun. I'm really excited about all these regions, actually.
So just to add a little bit about Team Sadis, because they're young, it's advantageous and disadvantageous at the same time. Because they're young, they can be aggressive. But because they're young, they don't have that many cards in their pocket.
Right. I mean, the oldest player on the team is 19. So
18, 19.
18, 19. Yeah, they're very young. Here's a look at our schedule quick, guys. We're starting things off with Asia. Then later, guys, we got NA coming up. Get real excited for that. There's some really good teams in that region. Can't wait to see what they've got. But here we've got 6 Korean teams, 6 Chinese teams, 2 teams from Japan, 2 teams from Chinese Taipei. You can see some of their kind of average points and how they did in their regions. This is just in their regions at the qualifiers leading up to this event.
So as you can see, T1 has earned 7.7 averages, 4.4 on kill points, which is decent, I would say.
It's strong. Sometimes you see really good teams like Infantry average around 8 to 9 points per round when they win an event or qualify for an event as the top team. However, in this case, Korea was very tight this time around. I mean, I remember you and we covered the Korea qualifiers. It was very, very close coming into the last day. So many teams were in it, and then, of course, we had 3 teams tie for the very last spot to qualify for this. Afrika Freaks tied with Gen G and VSG, but because Afrika Freaks had more kills, they were able to come through as the team that qualified for this. And the Freaks, man, what a performance they put up in these recent qualifiers. They were in the open qualifiers to get into PCS2 Korea. And then in PCS2 Korea, coming into the last day, it was kind of like, well, there's a shot, but it's going to have to be a pretty crazy day. And then they put up 2 chicken dinners.
So for Afrika Freaks, it's classic. It's almost like a meme for open qualifier teams to kind of fail to advance into the main stage. But they did so, and behind the scene, Afrika was able to make out from the final stage by tying with 182 points against Genji, against VSG. And if you think about those two teams, they are also two top aggressive Korean teams, and Afrika was able to capitalize on top of the kill points and advance into PCS2 Asia, which is very, very exciting to see. But at the same time, a little sad for Genji. If they calculated the points, then they could have did something a little bit different.
Yes. Yes. Yes, they could have. Yeah, it is. There was an option there for them to do something a little bit different, where they could have sacrificed themselves to the blue, and had they realized the situation they were in. Didn't happen that way. They tried to fight it out, which I got to give them a lot of credit. A lot of guts to go in a bad situation against Afrika, who had a better position, to be frank, in that last game. They're able to get it done. I really am excited about Afrika, and I think one player that we should mention real quick is Hansia, who is the old player that a lot of you are going to know if you've watched international competitive PUBG, is NN. He's the same guy. So we've known him for a long time to be a top fragger for Afrika. No longer is Style our play caller, but we still have Hansia, aka NN, and Shadow still here as well if you guys are big-time fans of international PUBG. Here's our schedule. Miramars and Erangels to start this week off, then Erangels and Miramars, then Miramars and Erangels. So we're playing an equal amount of all the maps, only 4 games per day this go around. So things stretched out just a little bit more, but I really like that. I think 4 games per day for me is like perfect. Like that feels just mwah.
So we are also adding 4 more games. Previously it was 20 games, 5 games per day for 2 weeks, but now we are giving you guys 4 more games to see. So a little harder on the players, but good for us.
Yeah. Well, and I think actually a lot of the players are fine with more games. They do like the idea of more games because they feel like that's more fair in competitive PUBG, because it's over time you want to accumulate as many points and really show that your kills, and maybe if you have a bad game here or there, you have a chance to make up for some of your mistakes or that kind of thing. So very excited to see this. I'm really excited about the Chinese teams that are coming in, and some of the new Chinese teams that we're going to see. First, I'm going to start with TSG, because they're my underdog or dark horse or whatever you want to call it for this tournament. I think TSG, they're really smart. They navigate terrain incredibly well. They're a great Miramar team, and I would not be surprised to see them put up a win or 2 on Miramar throughout this event.
And good for TSG is we're starting tonight with Miramar first, so they can go into the games with just a little bit more ego, I would say.
Yeah, I think you want to start out strong. Like, building that confidence early tends to carry you into good finishes at the end. You can take a look at, these are the 4 teams that have qualified for every PCS event in Asia so far. So you can see OG and Entis, the paragons of consistency in Asia, not just this year, but last year as well. They always seem to be around. They always seem to be getting top 5 finishes. Of course, not at the Charity Showdown, but, I mean, 4th place finish at PGC 2019, 4th place finish at PCS1. I mean, the running joke used to be they're called OG and Entis 4th, but really they're much better than that. And I think now with some of these, with this new player, with this new player this year they've been getting better and better, and we saw them make better decisions. Sungjang seems to kind of have figured things out a bit.
So for Entis, their major problem, they had 2 problems, one's major, one's minor. Their major problem was they would get caught in the rotation path. It's either because they rotate a little too late or rotate a little too early, but in the end, the end result of the day is they lose a player, and because they're a man down, their firepower is weak. And when they have to actually crash a compound because they have nowhere else to go, because they have lost somebody, either KL, Under, Indigo, or Sungjang, whatever, they just fail to do so and just get knocked out. But they fixed that problem, which is really, really, really essential, I would say.
And I think that's got to be really scary for a lot of these other teams that they got 4th place in PCS1 with some of these issues that you've been talking about and that we've seen, and now they're getting better. So scared. This team is the scariest team. This team is absolutely dominating everything right now. They won PCS1. They won the PCL. They won the Huya PUBG League. Everything they've touched has turned to gold. They have the Midas touch right now in competitive PUBG, but teams are going to be gunning for them. Can they hold on?
So for Infantry, they were classically known as Longsker, being the strongest, and everyone else was kind of like helping out. But what's interesting to see for Infantry is that Bo Liang and Nine and all the other players are starting to step their game up and playing as good as Longsker. having 4 longsters on the team. Imagine that. That's scary.
It feels like it when you see them play. They're so aggressive. They take great fights. Tianba, you're winners of the PCS Charity Showdown. Now, their results have been mixed, to say the least, since that Charity Showdown win. But this is still an incredibly scary team. You're still seeing basically the same roster, although we do have Z9 Max in there instead of Tian. But otherwise still, Lorena, Linshun, M200, these guys are incredibly gifted players.
Looking over towards 4 a.m., Wayless, previously known as God V, previously known as Wayless, is now changed name to Waste. So he's the owner of the team, but he likes to change his name here and there. But we still have Forever and Lou, but this time around we have Pignat.
Yeah, we got a new pickup here for 4 a.m., and they barely squeaked in by 2 points over, I think it was 1-2-4-6, and then a couple points just even further out of Kaishin Gaming. So 4 a.m. is the perennial, just kind of gets there. But this year, the results in the big tournaments haven't been great, but I don't feel like you can ever count them out. You never know when they might pop off. Forever, especially. I mean, we saw him almost outduel Griffin in PCS1 in a 1v4, which was and he was in not a great position to do it either, and he almost turned the tides of that battle.
Yeah, you can never count 4 a.m. out just for the sheer fact that they made it out of the group stage, made it out of the Chinese qualifier into PCS2 Asia, means that they are capable of shooting for the wins.
Definitely. You can look here, some of our average points in their respective leagues. So these were from the qualifiers, Infantry in China, T1 in Korea. You can see, I mean, Infantry is just great everywhere. But T1 is a Erangel team. They are an Erangel heavy team. If they can find a way to do well on Miramar, they have a really good shot at winning this event. And Starlord, in my mind, has, at least back when he used to do play calling, that was a while ago, but he was good at Miramar. I felt like he really knew how to navigate the terrain very well. He was a good scouter. He didn't seem to too often to over-aggress. He did from time to time, but I think really everything is looking good for T1. You know a lot of these guys, although we don't have a COD in here today, which is pretty interesting because a COD is really good.
A COD is really good, but this time around it's going to be Rex and Helen. But for Starlord, yeah, he goes aggressive when he needs to, but he's generally not too aggressive, and I think by having Starlord in T1 and by having Adder, that kind of makes up for the lack of aggressiveness Starlord has. Adder goes aggressive when he feels it.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of nice because now Adder can just be a little more relaxed in his playstyle. He can kind of focus on his internal game and let Starlord kind of dictate the pace of things, decide where they're going to go. That's Starlord's job now. And it really looked like a completely different T1 team. Yes, they lost a couple of close games, the 1v1s, or like 4v4s, like I can remember against VSG, and it came down to a 1v1 in the end. They barely lost those, but those were, kind of new gatherings for this team. They were kind of working together for the first time. And despite all that, despite a couple of missteps, they still came out as the #1 team in Korea.
So basically T1 is not newly formed except Starlord, but basically Starlord is the play caller. And by having a new play caller means the whole team has to adapt to the new style. So we can pretty much call it new. But for VLG, who won that battle against T1 in the Korean qualifiers, they've been there forever. So if T1 can compete like that with having a new play caller, I am scared to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see these are the predictions from our broadcasters. We didn't get asked for this. No, I'm just kidding. I think these are, from their respective regions, of course. I think you could see mine and Bench. I think we both picked Infantry this time around, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. We both, Bench and I both picked Infantry. But T1, a lot of people believe in them. I believe in Entis, definitely. Tianba, you could pick any team from China, and I'd probably be like, yeah, they've got a shot for sure. Korea as well. I think anybody in Korea or China has a chance to just come in and really pop off and just take a tournament into their own hands.
I would say the gun in the pocket for me is E36. So Element 36, the chances are not very likely for them to win the tournament, but they have a good chance of bringing any team down that faces them in terms of battles. They are really strong in close quarter, and Sophia's just got in terms of shooting those volts, so long range is covered as well.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some incredible shooting, especially with the AWM from Sophia. When it got into his hands, he was a nightmare to deal with. He was a marksman, exemplar, and it was just incredible. So Element 36, I can say this. There is nothing that I would love more in this tournament than to see one of the two Japanese teams, either Sun Sister or Element 36, pop off and make a run, because that would be so hype. I know they have a ton of fans back in Japan. The Japanese region is very passionate about competitive PUBG. So it would be just incredible to see some of the reactions that we would get to see on like social media and other things. I know they have fan get-togethers when they can. Of course, right now you know things are different because everybody's got to stay home. Please stay home. But when you can, you know, they get together and really get excited about it. So I would love to see that. But of course, everybody's looking at Korea and China, as you would expect. But Chinese Taipei, I mean, again, I could see either one of those two teams, GEX Ace or Sadie's, having a monster couple days. I've seen it with Sadie's where they go against really good teams. I mean, in competitions where they were facing off teams like Buriram United, the old Q Confirmed team, some of the really good teams from Thailand and Vietnam, and they go toe-to-toe with them, no problem.
So for Sadie's, it almost looks like they sacrificed the first couple of days, even just like the first day, even to kind of test the water, so to speak. Like they see how other teams play, and they kind of like adapt to the style. And when they see a weakness in a team, they will go aggressive to it. And because of that, they learn how other teams play, and they play based on top of that. Their latter games, so week 2, week 3, they do so much better, which almost brings them on top pretty much.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. They're climbing that ladder as the tournament goes along. So you got to keep your eye on Sadie's for sure. A few other teams that I'm really kind of fascinated in how they're going to perform here are some of our new teams that have never played at a big international tournament. You got COC from China, from Korea. You've got Seoul One Prince, and La Vega. So two teams that have been good in Korea but never great finally get their shot.
And speaking of Seoul One Prince, they're the renamed team from APK Prince. Seoul picked them up, their roster. But traditionally, SP used to be one of those meme teams where they take like a really long rotation path, like out of like phase 4, phase 5. They just eat the meds and get inside a circle and die.
Yeah.
But they fixed a lot of that, and I would say most of the credit should go to their coach for fixing that.
Yeah, whatever happened behind the scenes with Seoul One Prince in the PCS2 qualifiers, they were so much better in their decision making. They're a naturally aggressive team. Seoul One Prince is full of extremely mechanically gifted players. The team there's never been any doubt about their shooting ability. They have, some people may remember Juanita from the old VSG teams that qualified for like the FACER Global Summit. He's incredible. We know that. Max Zora is an absolute beast. That guy's nuts. Kim Goni is nuts. This team is, in Reigning or Nefiex, whoever they decide to sub in there, it doesn't matter to me. They are individually skilled, maybe the top team in Korea.
And for La Vega, Zenus is just absolute animal. He was, if you guys tuned into the Korean qualifiers over in the PUBG Korea EN channel, Zenus was taking frags left and right.
He was nuts, dude. And he was quietly nuts. Like you and I would like be doing stuff, and then like La Vega would have a good fight, and then we'd pop over to it, and then we'd be watching other stuff, and then they'd come back to La Vega. And La Vega is a very smart team too. They will often find themselves in late game situations with 4 players, particularly on Miramar. They're a good Miramar team, but Zenith all of a sudden would have 5 or 6 kills, and we'd be like, what happened? Like somewhere off screen, this guy was just wrecking. And then when we did get to see him, we saw why. He was incredible. His individual talent through the roof. So you're going to get a treat here if you haven't had a chance to watch the Korean region. You're going to see some really, really good players. Same with some of these Chinese teams. Let's get over to them a little bit. COC, I'm looking at like players like XS. He has been really good, but COC, they got it done mostly through like placements and that kind of thing. They were a very consistent team.
So for COC, I don't know what's happening with the roster. So the rosters we got, it has XS on it, but his name is not color-coded. So it's not highlighted.
Yeah, we don't know if that was just a mistake on our sheet. We'll find out when we get into the game.
In a matter of minutes. We do see the lobby, so we are going to be flipping over to the screen anytime soon. So stick around.
Oh yeah, definitely, guys. Miramar, 2 Miramars to start, then 2 Erangels. So just 4 games today, and it's going to be really exciting. I think again, Miramar, I really want to watch TSG closely. They're very, very good on Miramar. Again, they had 2 wins on Miramar in the PCL finals. So out of I think, what do you play there? You played nine Miramars, I think that was. So they won 2 out of 9 Miramars. That's really, really good, especially in China, which right now is a very, very stacked region. I think the lights and the stage and the music mean that we are getting ready to go into our first game here at the PUBG Continental Series 2 Asia. Again, 16 teams vying for that championship. The third major of the year, the third PCS event. You can see all of the teams and the players up on the board there, some of their individual views. T1, they're definitely up there. You gotta keep your eyes on T1. Really excited to see how Star-Lord can bring them into this event. Afrika, the perennial team from Korea that seems to just make their way to every event. Never really found a lot of success at big events, though.
We'll see if they can make it this time around. It's either make it or break it. But we are going to be heading into the first match, Miramar. And a viewpoint for Miramar is there's a bunch of landmarks that collides with each other. For example, VRLU Ghibli and Sun Sisters have power grid kind of clashing. T1, TSG, and Team Sadis all drop towards Al Azahar. So let's see who wins the Battle of Al Azahar or who backs out from it.
And we saw this in Korea with the Freaka Freaks and OGN, where they were kind of competing over the La Bendita area for some of those spots. What is going to be the resolution of that situation? Because there's going to be other teams who might want to go Minas because they get bumped out of their normal drop spots, where Afrika also likes to go. Really interested to see where this plane goes. The plane is up. The first match of PCS2 is underway. We're heading from the southeast up to the northwest. So if you're going to the western edge via Del Mar, you're going to be a little bit in trouble to get over there. Otherwise, things pretty fair along this plane path. Watching the early teams coming out, TSG, they like to play from the south. They do really well on southern circles on this map. Reminds me a bit of, say, Team Griffin or Na'Vi, where they navigate the southern area of Miramar very, very well. Looks like OGN might be going up towards the El Azahar area. I don't see any of the other teams maybe thinking about that yet.
Looks like the teams have figured out there's too many other teams. It's 3 teams contesting for a single region. Probably all of them kind of decided to just back out from it, and Entis kind of took a free way to go. Sun Sisters going back towards Power Grid. VLG as well. Is this going to be a hot drop?
Oh boy. Well, we've seen that the Sun Sisters are not afraid to fight over drop locations. They lost to Infantry in PCS1. Now they're going up against VLG. Both very, very good teams. What is our Japanese team going to do in this one? Real quick, take a look over there. T1 did end up going Los Leones. That's the old VSG home, so Star-Lord and those guys are going to like that. Lambu's got a pistol, starting to pop off some shots. Not sure if he really connected, doesn't look like it, into Sun Sister, as they have the Bread House compound, the red one to the southern edge of things to themselves. Meanwhile, Spear is going to be pushing up through the electrical grid part of it, trying to get up ahead and be the point man for VRLU Ghibli right now.
They gotta make actions quick because Champions of Competition is right around them. Looks like they might be farming up the trash compounds around it and kind of pounce into the battle after two or three players die out. So they gotta make these actions quick, either face the fight or back out from it. But right now, nobody's really content to get out from this one. Spear has picked up a mini, which is a good addition with the micro Uzi for the close quarter combats. But look at the gears of Sun Sisters. I think I've just like sneak peeked the 2 barrels, which is like. What, like 2
That's scary.
Scary ARs.
Definitely. Lambu's got himself an AK and a mutant. Hasn't even loaded the mutant just yet. Looking to try to get the spray down. Now, Faye is going to prone himself next to the barricades by the electrical grid there and prone there. That's a really great spot. You catch a lot of players off guard if they try to push. So right now, Sun Sister expecting aggression from VLG, but so far VLG hasn't really found an opportunity to come through. You can imagine that these two teams have squared off in scrims at this spot before, so there's definitely some history and some hesitation, especially now that you're getting to the big stage.
But you really can't back out even if you lose in the scrims. The main game is the thing. So for Genji and Tiamba in PCS1, where Genji got hot dropped by Tiamba, Genji backed out, even though they won most of the times in the scrims. And I asked Loki personally on his stream, and he was answering basically, even if you win the scrims, it doesn't matter. You have to win the live matches, and they lost once in the live match, and they couldn't risk it anymore because they're pros. Professionals can't risk.
That's a really good point he makes. I know as fans, we want to see teams kind of fight for their locations. No matter if you're a fan of Team A or Team B, whichever one, you don't want to see them give it up. But I love that the Sun Sisters have the confidence. I'm going to say, I think it's really nice to see them not give up their spot to a Korean team. I think, this really shows that Japan is coming here to play. They know they've got to have confidence.
I mean, they are definitely confident. We've seen them hot drop a church against infantry. Like, it's not even like a good drop location, single church. And they got single-handedly wiped out 4-0. They couldn't even knock out a player. So some people may call it dumb, but I really like the spirit they have, and they're continuing it in PCS2 as well.
Yeah, I don't think this is a bad decision at all. I think as Sun Sister, you got to show that you're not afraid of these other teams, and Hikari tries to land an M24 shot, and Polly is going to be able to get back down underneath the window. Does a good job navigating that. Hikari now going to readjust as he's swapping spots with his teammate. And as he's going to reposition. As a sniper, typically that's something you're going to be thinking about. You take one shot, especially with the bolts. You don't want to be standing because you do kind of have to wait a little bit longer to land your shots. In the meantime, Crazy Sam still watching to see if anybody comes through. I think Faye is still proning next to the wall there. Of course, this is inside of the first circle, so for now, nobody really has to fight, and it looks like VLG may be just kind of slowly but surely retreating, backing off, being cautious about it, and making their way potentially towards the northern road to maybe get some vehicles or something.
Yeah, VLG is definitely backing out of this one. You can already see Davis' helmet kind of beat up a little bit. Maybe it's Hikari's. I'm not exactly sure what happened, but a couple bullets exchanged, and it just happened to be like that. In the meantime, Holland's going to knock out EJ from afar. That's an 8S SLR. You don't want to mess with that one. The flush should happen. Just the final bullet to the butt might do the job, but that was very close.
Ooh, I thought for a second when he died, I thought it was going to be that his teammate ran him over, but no, it is Helen picking up the first kill and the first point here at PCS2 Asia. So T1 off to a nice little start, setting up around the northern edges of Los Leones, which is kind of center circle-ish. So just looking to try to pick off what they can, and EJ going to be the first victim here. I want to really see what VLG is going to do here. I'm kind of watching the map, and now they're starting to head back towards the middle area, more towards the San Martin side of Power Grid. It looks like they're trying to cut off Sun Sister a bit, trying to get ahead of them from the eastern edge. We'll see if that plays into anything. There's Hansia again. You guys know him from last year as NN. Same player, just changed his name. The top fragger for Afrika Freaks.
You saw Aminot get knocked out from the vehicle, and his team is quick for the rescue. A little mistake there. But for Element Mystic, basically for their team, they don't have any coach. So they have 4 players, a manager, and an analyst. And instead of having a coach, the players give each other feedbacks. And for their playstyle, Aminot's their in-game leader. But Aminot doesn't call out things. Rather, basically, the 3 other players of E36 calls out plays. And then Aminot makes the final decision on what to do.
I think that's really interesting, and it kind of reminds me of some of the videos that I've seen with in-game leaders recently talking about how more of the role in PUBG, they tend to find themselves being the final decision maker as an in-game leader versus just someone who's just constantly dictating what to do. Particularly, I can remember Purdy Curdy's interview with Dids, the coach of FaZe over in Europe. A really interesting interview. You guys should definitely check that out on YouTube, where they talk about kind of the role of in-game leader and what it means. So it's a really fascinating watch, and it's really cool to see that even though I don't think these guys have ever talked, ooh, Savior just missing a shot there. I think even though those guys have never really talked across regions, that the ideas are developing similarly. And here is Sylphia looking to see if he can get Zenith, 2 of the top players on their respective teams. But for now, Sylphia is not interested in trying to gain anything else off of that. Didn't get a shot landed, so he's just going to back off.
Zenith is only willing to join up with his own teammates. In the meantime, looking over towards 4 a.m., Doan's going to be parking right at the trash loot outside the hill, and Wayless is going to be going up top of the hill to go for the scout. So you see this quite often where Waste is the player who goes out on the scout as a solo player. He gets caught off sometimes, and sometimes he makes the kills and kind of back out, stealing a kill point here and there, but turns out 90% of the time to be just information gathering.
For sure. He kind of, he's one of those players like a PO or something like that that's just going to go out there on his own and just try to be safe and get information, maybe pick off a kill if he catches somebody sleeping on the back end of their teams. Entis, they were kind of up towards the El Azahar area. They have the eastern, like northeastern quadrant of the circle pretty much to themselves right now. Everybody else has kind of gone pretty center. That's been kind of the meta recently here in Asia. It's definitely been a center circle meta across the regions, as you don't see a lot of teams that are interested in hanging out on the edges these days. And oh no, Sylphia crossing in front of Savior. That is surely going to be a finish here. I don't think the rest of Element 36 is going to be anywhere close enough to get to him in time. And there is a point in the bag for GEX Ace.
Pureboy instead knocks out Savior to equalize things out, and Aminot now on the push, trying to finish up the kill point and get it in the backpack. There you go. Savior out for Gexa, and rest of Gexa, I don't know what they're willing to do, but looks like they're going to be joining forces to fight this one out. So this is going to be a battle breaking out between Element 36 and GEXA. And looks like Pureboy is going to be clearing the angle out with a flash. Good flash. That's going to push the player backwards. Good spray down, though.
Yeah, Lockslock holding the angle very well with an M4. Pureboy on his knees. Lockslock going to go bounce a grenade in there. I think he wanted to catch the edge of the window. That one's going to push forward a little bit. Aminot holding the door now as more stuns being thrown in. Aminot pretty banged up here, but he is just going to barely be able to outdo Lockslock, as now Satao finds Zenon. And this is a good situation here for E36. We talked about this at the beginning of the cast bench. E36 very, very strong in close quarters fights.
And this is without Sylphia. Classically, Sylphia's the top fragger and he's the frontliner, but he's out this time around and his teammates are doing it, which is good to see. Buyohu now trying to pop a nade towards Sato. I don't know if that's going to be a little short, so that's going to land in between the locks. And Buyohu now with a flashbang. Good flash, though. That's going to blind the player. Nice pop. But it looks like the spray down is good enough.
Oh, he just gets saved by Aminot just in time. He readjusted to try to get the flush. Did not come through. So Satao going to be able to be revived. It looks like I don't see anyone else anywhere near E36 on the map. Infantry on the move towards the western side of Los Leones. And you can see Longskirt going to lead the way. Infantry, extremely versatile team. Can do any kind of split you can imagine. They'll aggress on you at times. They will play patient. There is any trick available in the book for them.
Element 36 off to a really good start, picking up 4 points against GEX Ace. And now other teams in this lobby is definitely aware this new Japanese team is scary to fight against. But in the meantime, we were able to see Afrika with just Daengchi alive. I don't know what happened after it was Hansia? Who got picked off earlier?
It was EJ.
EJ got picked off early.
We didn't get to catch that because we were in the battle there. Maybe the points, we only saw one of the points that went over to T1 Helen. He killed EJ first. 4 a.m. Rolling up now in front, and you can see this time they're going to group up for this push as they want to get as center as they can. But infantry has already set up shop in front of them, the God compound and the building next to it. Zhao Yang there, volleying up front, pops out, doesn't get the knock though. That could be really problematic. Never mind, they're going to get 2 quick. That is 2 down for 4 a.m. instantly. Now it's just Forever left. Pignon down. Can he get out of this? Zhao Yang, okay, so it's Zhao Yang and 9 because Forever gets 2 of his own. This guy is absolutely nuts.
But it's going to be a 2 versus 1. Forever nipping a bit of HP from the nade thrown by Zhao Yang, and now he's probably just willing to go up the building and hide himself out because he is the solo player now for 4 a.m. And that door stuck, but he gets through that easily. In the meantime, Bolian gets rezzed, so that's going to even things out for infantry. Rest of his teammates are coming through as well, so Longskirt should be rezzed here too.
I mean, Forever is, we've seen this time and time again, so good. For 4 a.m. He's a big part, maybe the biggest part of their success. We're looking towards Phase 3 circle, heading to the western areas of Los Leones, so a lot of flat area in this circle. This one's going to be really bloody here, particularly around Phase 4. There just isn't a ton to work with except for the Los Leones parts that are still in the circle. So maybe it'll be Phase 5, depending on how this one shifts. Now Forever trying to get another spray down. The Molly's got him on fire. He is going to burn for the knock on Boliang. Now 9 trying to get some assist. A grenade explodes up there. That's going to back Forever off. Force him to use a med kit. The full-on heal is up. The Molly in hand, going to switch over to the barrel. Is he going to be able to outduel infantry by himself right now? I think he has a pretty good idea of where Zhao Yang is. He's going to throw that Molly there. Indeed, his sense is so good. Forever, just one of the best players you will see.
But Forever now holding onto the corner. He used that Molly and looks like there's no more utilities. That tip of the head got spotted out by Zhao Yang. So infantry is probably willing to go around, but Forever doesn't stop. He knocks out Bo Yang, backs off right away, and he might have an angle to shoot down another player. No, there's enough of a wall and good support fire from 9 from afar. Nice shots, but 9 is too good, and that's going to be Forever down with a headshot, and so is 4AM out at 15th place.
I mean, I'll say this for Forever. He just got 3 or 4 knocks into infantry there, and that's a lot of damage into infantry early. So going into the late game, that's going to be a problem because, of course, you bleed out faster the more times you've been knocked. So got to keep our eyes on infantry and how that affects them going into the later stages of the game. SMG pushing forward. They've got the outer edges of the Los Leones compounds available. Their teammates already up and through there, and your eyes do not deceive you. That is Mad98, the player from PNC for China. Some of these other players you guys may recognize. They finally made it back. Poly gonna take down Sparrow. So the Japanese team's doing really, really good here to start out on Miramar, but that's not too surprising for me. Often I feel like Miramar is a better map for the Japanese player style.
Indeed, for sure. La Vega loses player early on, but they are able to join up at the edge of the circle. They might be able to block out Sun Sisters if they don't have any vehicles, but that's probably least likely for now. You can see VLG afar on the downside of the hill. So 2 Korean teams sharing 2 different compounds. And just 14 teams still in this lobby with phase 3, 35 seconds remaining. Dengche, the solo survivor for Africa, is running around to get some loots, get some smokes to save himself from any situation possible.
Yeah, and ideally you're hoping as Dengche that this circle goes towards the city and the compounds. That's going to give you the best chance to eke out more placement points. So he's taking the best move he can there is Dengche. Not a bad play at all. Element 36 did lose 1 after or during their wipe of Gex Ace. They were the first team to go out, followed by 4AM at the hands of infantry. So the good news for other players is infantry took a lot of damage in the fight. The bad news is infantry picked up a lot of points in that fight. Now we're going hard northwest. So poor Dengche decision didn't really pay off, but a team that did make some good rotations here is T1 as they are dead center.
But the circle, as you mentioned, is going to be shifting to the northwest, completely outside of Los Leones, just a single building inside of it. So we see Entis, E36, Africa, TSG, all in Los Leones, has to move out. Sato now opens up towards Entis. Sungjiang taking a beatdown. He gets off the vehicle, takes a fire from under. But Entis has to now aggress this one out. Otherwise, they have nowhere else to go. Aminot knocks out Sungjiang. Good nade coming through as well. Let's see if that will connect.
I mean, these Element 36 boys are not scared of anything. This is what I wanted to see. Kale laying down some good suppressive fire. Gets a little bit of damage into Pure Boy. Pure Boy able to jump behind the wall. Save himself for now. Kale going to take some painkillers. It's just him and Under left for Entis now. As Kale trying to work the edges of the wall. Under did manage to squeeze himself into this house. But all of this battle taking place outside of the next play zone. So we'll see how this one can progress. Element 36 dug in. They are not interested in letting Entis escape.
I don't think they're even willing to get out from this without killing Entis, completely wiping out Entis out. Under's trying to spot out any players trying to hear for the footsteps. Satel is running, but that's a little too far to hear on the footsteps. He has a vehicle to work with if Aminot and rest of his teammates get out from this one. And right now, the blue is still moving in. And on the side of the screen, we are seeing 2 teams fight once again. That's going to be Poli finishing up Cali. La Vega now want to fight with Sun Sister once again.
Yeah, Sun Sister and the other Japanese teams doing a fantastic job working the edges of these circles right now. You can see we're over with Ken Des as he's just popping some shots. There's nobody actually over there just yet, just still pre-firing a little bit. Dowan comes out, gets a little bit of damage of his own. Now SMG has got involved from range. Baole takes down Ken Des. More shots hitting these players from afar as everyone's getting their attention over here. Helen picks up another kill for himself on to Dowan, and that's going to be La Vega out. Now, Sun Sister didn't pick up a ton of points out of that, but they did get 3 kills total, so it's a very good start for them so far, but now everybody knows where they are, and they have a very, very difficult rotation ahead of them when they have to leave that circle. They're on the edge, they can wait, but it's most likely going to leave them coming forward.
And for T1, they're definitely happy they were able to sneak out a kill point, stealing them away from Sun Sisters. And just a minute away until we see phase number 5. Baole doesn't want to stop with the SKS. He sees the tip of the hand, it looks like, but no damages do connect onto the player inside of the hut. Yuri now trying to spot out Solheon Prince. And look at these movements of the players. This is so neat.
And this is what you know, if you're a player and you have aspirations to be a competitive one, hold the phone. E36 again. Now they're up against TSG. The fighting just never ends for these guys. They are not afraid of anyone or anything. 2 barrels in hand for Pure Boy and Satao, trying to hold off Shandian off the top of the God Complex. Amanat is in a vulnerable position, though, in the warehouse. No damage done on that spray from Shandian. A little bit surprising there to see him miss those. Amanat now going to get on top of the boxes because of that, to see if he can protect himself or get an angle over towards Shandian. Decent damage. Blue here as well. The rest of E36 trying to come out of the building. Let's see if Amanat can hold this down for them. No, Kale is here from Entis to steal onto Pure Boy. Satao down now as well. Kale going to find his death from 9-11. It's under left and only 1 for E36 as well.
9-11 didn't have that final second to pop off that medkit, so he's going to be out to the blue. Under now trying to finish off these teams in this compound. Let's see what happens. Nade towards 9. That's not going to connect. Shandian finishes off Amanat, so that's E36 out, but they picked up a bunch of kill points.
No, it was a strong start for E36. They got to feel good about that. The circle wasn't favorable to them, and they got some decent points off of that. Under somehow still alive. Infantry suffering a few losses along the way. What does Under know about Infantry's position? Because they know darn well where he is. He's taken a few shots into his backside. Boliang now going to push forward, sends the stun in front, pops it. Under very flashed, Under very dead. Entis ace. Excuse me, just Entis now. They're not ace anymore. Out in 11th place.
Can Boliang tag onto 9? Yes, he does indeed on the final second. So that res is possible. The blue is moving, so they gotta get him back up on the foot, heal up and get moving. TSG now trying to close this one out. They are gonna be wrapping around to the side on the bottom side of the hill. So if Infantry has to exit this, they're gonna have to go through Volibear, and he is so ready to open up with the barrel in his hands.
Yeah, he's sharpening those claws, getting ready to see who is going to cross his path. And it's Longskirt going to try to get a little momentum going in the Bronco. He's going to find a bit, but Volibear is going to come over to the side of the hill with Shandian. I think they're going to try to pinch Longskirt, but right now he's actually inside of the circle up on that ledge. So he doesn't have to come down, and Volibear now going to poke forward a bit. The fence still in, so he can set up behind there. T1, like we mentioned earlier, has the center circle position. They do have Tianba, who may think about coming over that way eventually. Tianba kind of has the lip to work with of the edge there, but for right now...
Mistake!
For right now, Tianba is content to hold their position. They do have a circle.
Sadis, in the meantime, was doing dirty to Champions competition. Bolivar with that spray down, going left and right, almost knocking out a player, but he himself has to start running because the blue is right behind him. 13 HP, and he's got to run. He might have enough time to pull a medkit, and now Infantry is completely aware of Triumphant Song Gaming's position. And let's see if Longskirt has a pretty good angle if he goes a little bit further away on towards Volibear.
All right, looks like Infantry is going to try to provide a little bit of cover now, and they're going to get a little bit further into the circle, make sure all their vehicles are there for them to use. Now it is Sadie's getting torn apart by a couple different teams. Sadie's goes down in 9th place, just outside of placement points for them to start off. And I think that's a team again that I think will get hot as this goes on. Generally speaking, I don't see them kind of popping off in the beginning of the tournaments they're in. And now the circle is favorable towards SMG. So a couple different teams going to have to cross through T1's territory. Tianba potentially. Infantry doesn't have to. They can set up on the other side of the road for now. Some other teams out there as well. COC and others as Boliang taking a few shots, trying to get up. Longskirt is going to get the knock onto Volibear. So only Shandian left for Triumphant Song Gaming.
And now Tianba is looking to move into this action of scenes. And let's see if anyone is willing to open up just yet. Z9 and Lurena. Lurena is going to find the finish and kill onto Shandian. And he has a nade to pop. 9 now aware of Tianba's position is going to be going up the hill. Find a little angle to work with. Hide himself from any bullets coming through. But Z9 Max, he will be pushing forward. That nade is going to connect right onto Boliang, knocking down a player from Infantry, and now Tianba is probably willing to push into this one hard.
Well, the thing about Infantry is they will fight you even if they have bad numbers. They want the better position, and they know that they can go through Tianba to get it. But right now, Tianba holding strong. Boliang is back up. 9 working his way a bit forward with Longskirt providing long-range cover. Shots popping, just pre-firing over there is Longsker, but nobody from Tianba home for those to connect. Bullying just gets his health off just in time. Lurena gonna underhand and get cooked a bit himself. Fire in his face, grenades exploding in the face of infantry, but they're backing off a bit. They don't like this fight as much anymore, even though they have a knock. I suspect, though, if they get another one, they might think about pushing this.
These damages done by infantry will slow Tianba down, and in the meantime, infantry might be willing to get into the circle and wrap around and cover off the edge. But T1 is right behind them as well, so let's see if Tianba can get through this aggression easily or hard. 9 now willing to push out of this one with the walls of smoke in front of him. Tianba on the move as well. 9 gets spotted out at the edge of the smoke. Now that's Lurena picking up from the hill, and now will be 9 picked off, knocked out and flushed anytime soon. Lin Shen putting some bullets in, but he fails to knock out Longsker.
Yeah, the good use of the AUG, and we've got an AWM in the hands of Tianba, so a lot of tier 3 gear in the hands of this Chinese team as they square off one of their brethren teams. Wow. Longsker, too good for Lin Shun. 9 is finished off by 200. Bullying is down, so now it's just up to Longsker. T1 trying to pick off the remaining members of these teams. Starlord comes up over the hill, finds 2 knocks of his own. He's gonna get some finishes here. It is all up to Z9 for Tianba.
Look at how Starlord moved this crosshair from the player downside of a hill and off top of the hill, and spray down from Starlord will do dirty to Z9 Max. Nate will bounce, but that's going to fall off a little short, and he gets... Oh, wow, that actually does a bunch of damage, and now that's going to be Rex pushing up, the blue moving right behind him. Rex pushes out harder. Easy kill for T1.
Huge game right now for T1. 10 kills already as they finish off the remnants of the battle between infantry and Tianba. And now the southwestern side of the circle is theirs to maintain. SMG going to start pushing their way forward towards the road. You still have a few solo snakes out there. Crazy Sam for Sun Sister. And I believe is it Lulu down there? I didn't catch the last name of the CC. I think it was Lulu down there for COC. But right now, this is T1's game as they do. It is going to be Bao Lei who finds Crazy Sam. T1 tried to get that, wasn't able to. You can see now Adder has picked up that AWM off of the remnants of Tianba.
So it's going to be Lil Ghost for the final player for COC, but this is most likely down to T1 versus still moving under gunfire. SMG, although they didn't lose Show because he got banned, but it's only a 3-month ban. It's only temporary, so he'll come back in the next tournaments. But right now, they did lose their main roster, and now they're filling it in with their substitute. And let's see if that substitute can play well and kind of make up for the space.
I think they're playing really well right now. 5 kills, 4 up. They're making great stuff happen without one of their star players right now. And there's a Groza over there in Mad 98's hands, and we know that guy is a special player for SMG. He's going to be holding the front line of that road. The rest of his team looking for potentially some way to get over. Adder's going to work down here. He's just trying to find a good angle to utilize that AWM. Excuse me, it's Lil Ghost, not Lulu. That was down for Champion of Competition. A new team that formed in China this year. It's Champion of Competition, and they are going to go out here in their first big stage appearance in 3rd place. Not a bad start at all. 4-on-4, SMG versus T1, and SMG has made it across the road. It's a much more fair fight now.
We're going to be moving into Phase 8 in the next 15 seconds. T1 well set up in the compound, but they have to start moving as well. Right now, SMG has a pretty good spread in the circle. They are controlling a good 50% of the current circle right now, and T1 has to break through the defense they have.
All right, vehicle movement now. Starlord's going to push out, try to be the information gatherer for T1 a bit. You can hear a few shots being taken his way. He ditches the vehicle, and now we get some music. Get us pumped up for this awesome 4v4 to finish this. Adder continues to hold angles with the AWN, but nobody from SMG has opted to try to flank that far just yet. It is a dangerous angle to come from. They might be able to sneak something, but T1 is very aware of it, doing a good job holding the lines. Now Mad pops over. I don't think he saw anybody from T1, but he's got a Groza in hand, so he's going to be really scary in these up-close fights.
It's going to be Lenren, who is on the watch off the flank. Helen is going to be on the lead for T1. Adder moving in as well. Starlord on the vehicle. Helen's going to peek out. Spots out the player. Good spray down, but Madman, Matt 98 is going to knock him out with a Groza spray down.
Yeah, that's why the Groza is scary. So Helen is down. Starlord's going to throw a stun up. Pops over, pops some good shots in, but doesn't get a knock. Switches over. Now he's got a knock. That's 2 for Starlord. absolutely popping off. 6 kills right now for the in-game leader of T1, getting more along with Rex. This could be it for T1. Small is very hurt. He does finish off Rex himself. It is Star-Lord and Adder left. Adder has that AWM on the angle here. Small stuck behind a rock, and it looks like he is in a world of trouble. Star-Lord on his right, Adder on his left. Can he do this?
Star-Lord is absolutely feeling it right now. He has 6 kills, about to make it into 7. Got some shots, put some damages into him. He has a treat to work with. The blue is moving right behind him. He pops the smoke, but I don't know how many more seconds he has to live.
It's the walls are closing in for sure. Adder reloads. Star-Lord finishes it. This is T1. They come through after winning the Korea qualifiers and take the first game here at PCS2 Asia.
Look at the way T1 played that. The classic T1 we used to know isn't that passive and isn't that fast in terms of movements, but this time around, they're quick to move. If they make a decision, they don't stop. They don't think second.
That's a fantastic point. That move they made to come down the hill, get into the backside of SMG, go around the other side of the road even. I don't think that's something a lot of players think about, because once you cross that road, you feel like it's a safe zone. You're like, okay, I made it. The roads are really dangerous. I don't have to go back on the other side. No, they come around, get into the flanks of SMG, and tear them apart with some incredible play from Star-Lord in that round.
And T1 had the downside. SMG was controlling the full map pretty much, and the first knock was onto T1 with the Groza from Mat 98. So it was an odd man situation, and T1 was somehow, some way, was able to win that duel.
He's playing on another level right now. He is completely rejuvenated, coming over to this T1 team, getting another chance to prove that he is one of the best in-game leaders in the world. The match started off with a bit of a scuffle between it was Sun Sisters and VLG. Yeah, Sun Sister and VLG. I almost said Quadro, because Quadro usually drops Power Grid in the Korea qualifiers. No. VLG this time. And some early battles. E36 winning a couple big ones against Gex Ace. Later on, picking up more points off of Entus and others. And here is Infantry against 4AM. Forever was almost able to clutch this out, but Infantry is just too strong.
Infantry was hiding very well. They didn't make any noise. All the cars were parked inside the compound, so 4AM had absolutely no idea Infantry was there. But this is Kale picking off a knock inside the blue, but in the end, he gets knocked out too. TSG doing dirty to Infantry, but 911 didn't have that final second to make it.
Yeah, perfect stun here from Boliang. Gets under, tried to squeeze in, but Infantry was able to sniff him out. And here comes Star-Lord up and over the hill. This is one of the first big moments. Already a couple kills popping off with both the M4 and the SLR here. Gets some big headshots, finishing them off. Rex comes in to finish off Z9, the final survivor from Tianba. They got 5th place and some decent amount of kills for themselves, though. SMG, of course, in there as well. So some big starts for some of these Chinese teams. Anyway, you can see after T1, the next 3 were from China. So it is not a bad start for them at all. That was some dirty piece of shooting there. Just insane stuff from him. Look at that. Just line him up, knock him down.
Star-Lord is feeling it today, I feel like. He's picked up the groove.
Yo, we saw this at the beginning of the Korean qualifiers. He came in so hot. And that's 24 points for T1. A huge round to start the day for them. 11 points ahead of Team SMG.
But 2 Japanese teams are able to make up those points. Sun Sisters at 7 and Element 36. 6 points completely out of the kills they had. But guys, we're going to take a short break and be back with game number 2.
Joining the prestigious lineup of care package weapons on the battlegrounds is a brand new weapon with the firepower to take down vehicles and keep enemy squads suppressed. The MG3 is a new light machine gun with a 75-round capacity of 7.62 ammunition. There's no need to stockpile attachments with this one, as it cannot accept any magazines, lower rail, or stock attachments. Simply slap on up to a 6x scope and shoot till your target stops moving. Don't think a lack of attachments makes the MG3 weak though. This powerhouse does increased damage to vehicles and has two firing modes, fast and faster. The default setting spits out bullets at 660 rounds per minute, while its toggle ups that to a ridiculous 990 rounds, showing your enemies the true meaning of bullet hell. The MG3 spawns in care packages on all battlegrounds. It also comes standard with a bipod for those times you need to kick it into high gear. Whether you're seeing how much extra metal you can fit into a BRDM, or seeing how fast your enemies can dance, the MG3 light machine gun is a must-grab from your next care package. We'll see you on the battlegrounds. Update 8.2 has just arrived, and we've got plenty for you, including a new crate weapon, new throwable, cosmetic updates for a couple of weapons, and more. Let's dive in. First up, there's a new machine gun in town, spawning exclusively in care packages. The MG3 is a 75-round LMG that uses 7.62 ammunition and can be set to fire at two different speeds. Take down your enemies with a bit more control at 660 RPM, or show them the true meaning of bullet hell by switching to the weapon's 990 RPM setting. In addition, every 5th round and the last 10 rounds of your magazine will be tracer shots, giving you a bit more visual information on where your shots are headed. The MG3 also does increased damage to vehicles and features a bipod for significantly increased control while prone. For now, you can only find the MG3 in normal matches, but we'll keep you updated when we plan to introduce them into ranked mode. Up next is a new way to distract and disorient your opponents. The decoy grenade is a new throwable that mimics gunfire sounds for 10 seconds. The deceptive decoy can be used in a variety of ways, including flushing enemies out of cover, covering your advance, or getting enemies to turn away before you begin your spray. The decoy grenade spawns as rare world loot exclusively on Sanhok, and will only be in normal games for the time being. The Kar98K, SKS, and M416 have all received a cosmetic update this patch. All three weapons have been remodeled from scratch for higher visual fidelity, along with a sound quality improvement to match. We've updated helmet slots to allow you to choose what you see while playing. By toggling your helmet off, you'll keep your cosmetic hat or hoodie visible, but be aware that this toggle is only visible to you. Enemies and teammates will still see you wearing your helmet. Players feeling a little nostalgic can now swap out their lobby music to one of several different options from over the years. You'll be reset back to the default music each new season, but you can feel free to switch it up whenever you like. For players who have been eager to battle it out against a group of friends, we've added Team Deathmatch to custom game settings. Grab some friends or members of your community and see who comes out on top. One last thing. The Esports menu has been updated with the PCS2 Pick'em Challenge. Like before, you can participate in the fun by making your own predictions for the chance to win some great PCS2 skins. Check out our patch notes for the full schedule. That wraps up this patch report, but there's plenty more details on what Update 8.2 brings. You can check out our patch notes for everything new, or just jump in and play for yourself. We'll see you next time.
And welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Continental Series 2 Asia. One game underway. T1 from Korea takes the first one with 24 points. As we get ready for another Miramar game, Paper Thin and Bench coming at you for this Asia event. 3 more games to go, guys, so buckle up. We are just getting going. And what a fun one to start out. That Star-Lord was nuts.
T1 is finally feeling it. They weren't able to put up the points in the international stages back then, but now things are different for T1, and other teams from China, Chinese Taipei, and Japan should be scared about T1.
Yeah, everybody should be scared. If T1 starts clicking, that is going to be nuts. Now, some of the other teams played incredibly well. A lot of teams from China, SMG, COC, Infantry, all in it there towards the end. They came up in the next 3 positions. So as you would expect with the way things have been going here in 2020, the Chinese teams still very, very strong. And then, like you mentioned, a couple Japanese teams right there at 6th and 7th place with Element 36 and Sun Sister coming out to that one, not showing any fear, playing confident. I like to see it.
So basically for Element 36, what I've talked to them about was they don't have a good shot of taking the first place in tournaments, but they are capable, very well capable, of taking wins in a battle against the team. And we've seen the E36 won 2 duels against 2 different teams.
Right. They're very, very good. And up close and personal, there's no doubt that they can go toe-to-toe with anybody. We saw it in PCS1. Now we're seeing it here again in PCS2. That game was so fun from start to finish. We got a hot drop, which I wasn't necessarily expecting. A lot of times in Asia, teams kind of, don't mess with each other too much. But this go around, Sun Sister not willing to cede the power grid to VLG just yet. There are your game number 1 winners. 14 kills and 10 points from the Chicken Dinner. Adder, Star-Lord, Rex, and Helen coming through with some incredible plays, good timings, good pushes in many different respects. The third partying the fight between Tianba and Infantry, being patient about that one, picking the right moment to come through and steal some of those kills, making that maneuver at the end to get around the backside of SMG, showing how important it is to have a really good play caller with Star-Lord there.
This is a champion of competition. They had some good effort in UCXS in the play, so that's our final roster of tonight. But for COC, I had little struggles here and there, but in the end, they were able to pick up a couple points.
I like the hair there from XS, my man. Like the shaved look. It works, I swear. It looks good, man. But that guy, if COC starts to pop off, definitely keep your eyes on XS. He is their top fragger. He is a very, very skilled individual player. The rest of the team, of course, strong as well. But XS really is kind of the lifeblood of the COC team. And we are getting ready for the next Miramar game. So again, 2 Miramars, 2 Erangels this week. So day 1 and day 2, that'll be our format. And tons of PCS2 action coming your way, guys. We've got Asia to start, NA coming up later today or tomorrow, depending on what time zone you're in. And then coming up in a couple days, you get APAC and Europe, which are, all the regions are just nuts right now. And there's so many great storylines across all of them. Also keep in mind, guys, there are going to be code giveaways. There's drops. So if you connect your PUBG account to your Twitch account, that you can get drops as well now. So you got to like those. Everybody loves drops. We all know.
Free drops.
Yeah, free drops. Give them. I love them. And there's quizzes and other things that we're working on, getting going for you guys. So there's all kinds of great opportunities to score some sweet swag. I already got mine because I couldn't live without some of those skins. That SLR skin is really, really dope. The barrel skin is amazing as well. And well, I just had to have them. I had to have them, Bench.
My personal favorite was the mini. So
the mini skin is good.
I had to buy it.
I can't get over my silver mini skin though. Oh. I really like the silver one.
That's quite
that
true.
one speaks to me. Also, there's the All-Star, the Korean All-Star shirt. So I got to talk about this shirt.
Okay.
So I got this shirt at the must have been either the APL, the first APL finals or the second APL finals. I think it was the second one. I picked up this shirt. It was part of the package you could get for coming to, it was one of the original Korean leagues. So it says All-Star on the shirt in Korean, in Hangul, on the front and the back. But you can get that in the Esports store now. It hasn't been available for years. So you can pick that one up. That's the one I am always wearing no matter where I go, because that one just kind of has a special place in the old paper thin heart. And we're getting ready for a Miramar. I loved what I saw from a lot of different teams there. It was a bad situation for some of the teams that came into Los Leones late, like Entis. There was already too many teams stacked up inside of there. Element 36 and Infantry. Dengche from Afrika Freaks was stuck in there. So there wasn't a lot of room to maneuver inside of that city. It kind of stinks because when you have to come through a city, if you're the last one to come through, you are in the absolute worst spot possible.
And plus, for the teams in Los Leones, the circle was not going to be landing on top of it, like, for a good chance, because it was only just a slight bit on the western edge of Los Leones was part of the circle. So chances of it still being in phase number 6 or 7 is, like,
very low.
You finding a barrel, and then you go for a loot crate and has a MK14.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Right. It's about the same odds as getting all of that. And so, yeah, coming out of there is tough. Infantry shows how good they are coming out of a tough position like that, battling through a lot of different teams, suffering many knocks multiple times from 4 a.m. to TSG, and they were still able to come out of there with quite a few kills and get a decent placement too. So that just shows you how strong and how good this infantry team is. Right now, they're the favorites coming into this event. They won PCS1. They won the last 2 events they played in China as well. So they're very, very strong. Tianba looked pretty solid, though, in their scuffle with infantry. It just, T1 with a good third party at the end to kind of knock them out of the round. But overall, that was a really exciting first game, actually. I mean, that was wall to wall. We did not have a lot of time to just kind of lay things out and kind of just talk about some of the history of the teams or these other things that we like to do. We just didn't feel like we had time for that bench.
But we are going to be moving into match number 2 of the day, final Miramar of tonight, and we'll have 2 more Erangels to finish off tonight, so stick around for that. But we will be having 12 Miramars and 12 Erangels in total, bringing you 24 matches over the course of 6 days, 3 weeks.
Yeah, this is, I really love this format. For me, this is like ideal PUBG Esports. You get some time to breathe. You get plenty of action in each day. You get an equal amount of Miramar and Erangel. As this plane path, this time starting more where the last one ended over the Oasis, heading down to the southeast. Not quite as steep as the last plane path, so a little more forgiving this go around. The real question in my mind to start this one out is power grid. You see it right there on the bottom of your screen. Is that going to be contested by Sun Sister and VLG? Looks like it.
Are they going to do it once again is the real question. But this time around, we saw in match number 1, T1, TSG, or Sadie's didn't really want to contest El Azar. It was Entis to actually go up there, so let's see if that will continue in this match as well. Another point to take a look at is 4 a.m. and GEX, and last time around, none of them really contested that as well, so let's see if that is going to happen once again.
Well, look at this. Entis is going a different direction, so already a different drop location for them. T1 has shifted over to Los Leones, a comfortable home for Star-Lord, as that has been his old team, VSG, their drop location for quite some time on Miramar. So he's comfortable coming in and out of here. He understands a lot of the basics for the maneuverings that you do. And right away, it's going to be Sun Sister picking up 2 already here. Polly is hurt. Ken Desu, is very, very hurt. But Hikari is down and out for Sun Sister. So they've got things kicking off right away. Spear trying to get his mutant to go with that ADS. And he isn't able to quite get the knock. And now Faye is going to be backing off, looking for a little bit more gear to situate himself.
But this first circle is going to be very nasty for the players. It's going to be half water towards the eastern edge of the circle. So that's going to be very naughty for most of these players. But for Sun Sisters, they are willing to drive VLG out from power grid.
Well, this is a circle that could very well end up on the islands. It's not unthinkable. It's not impossible. I am super curious to see if that one is going to go that way, because that poses a ton of interesting and difficult decisions for these teams. I think Sun Sister is going to be content to pick up that 1 point and back off at this time, although they have very little in the way of gear. You can see, I mean, a Vector, a pistol, there really isn't a lot in their hands, an AK, and this time Sun Sister is immediately backing off, taking their 1 point and going home with it. Well, not yet, but hopefully coming out with a win in the end, but we'll see how that one goes for them.
Poli didn't even have a gun, so it looks like they're just going to be getting out from this one. Lambu has a good angle onto Nan from Champions of Competition. That Winchester will do dirty with the new Scope Edition.
Oh, I love the Winchester. It's so fun. It has just such a good feel to it. I like the lever action. Spear up and over, trying to get into Nan. He gets one, he gets two. He's almost got the knock. Switching over to the Scar with the spray. Just isn't able to get enough into Nan to finish the job. Nan going to escape with his life. He should be able to keep himself out of the view of VLG. And you mentioned it last round that COC they have an opportunity to encroach on that fight. They didn't last time, but Nan's a little bit out. Almost gets caught and pays for it.
Well, this time around, he gets out from it with a free go. And looking over towards Monte Nuevo, it's going to be rest of his teammates. XS picking up that M4, looks like. And Lil Ghost, the final player alive in match number 1. He got caught off early, but if there was a TSG, I believe, or SMG? SMG, yeah. If SMG didn't find the final kill, then Lil Ghost could have bite into the players of T1.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Things worked out pretty well there for T1. The circle was favorable and all those other things. I'm going to be curious to see how they and everyone else adapts to this very, very, very eastern circle. Could go a lot of different places. Could end up on very close to the edge, somewhere in between Impala and Puerto Pariso. I've seen a lot of circles that like to kind of end up around that area. There's some fields in there that circles tend to like a little bit as well. So we'll see. Here's Pure Boy watching Sadie's. Sadie's in front. Pure Boy thinking. He's waiting to see if there's any more vehicles coming. Typically, you'll see teams wait for the very last vehicle, so you're going to count them 1, 2, 3, 4. In this case, there is one. It's Zach, the youngest member of Sadie's, though recently turned 18. Let's see if Pure Boy decides to open up on this one. Nope. I think he thinks there's another one coming.
That looks like all 4 players has passed, so Pure Boy is not going to have any chance of shooting at players. In the meantime, VLG moves into the crosshairs of Savior. GEX starting up and taking a kill onto Spear. So VLG lost 2 players already. That's only 5 minutes into the game.
Yeah, trying to fight over the drop locations did not go well for them to start. And now, Deva has next to nothing. He had a micro Uzi, and now he's got a mini, and now he found an M4 as well. But Lambu and him, the only ones left for VLG, as they got desperate. They had to back off a power grid to regroup and try to find some kind of loot to give them a chance in the later game situations. But it's not looking great for VRLU Ghibli right now, as they didn't do much in the first game, and the second game, 2 members down to kick it off. So we'll keep our eyes on them, of course, see where they go from here on out. They're still pretty far outside of the circle, though, and maybe they can pick something up along the way. SMG, or second place finishers, already making their way along the southern edge of La Bendita towards Impala-ish. And want to see where they end up stopping up, but infantry's already up there because, of course, Impala is their drop zone.
For SMG, their real estate game seems to be working, so they're going to be moving early on once again. Deva, in the meantime, finished off the kill onto Savior, so that's a kill point. And a little bit of revenge on towards GEX Ace. And Deva and Lambu, these 2 players, even though Hikari seems to be the star player for VLG right now, you shouldn't count Leva and Deva out. Like, in the Korean qualifiers, if you guys tuned in before, they won against Entis in that one match of Miramar, 2 versus 4, single-handedly.
Yes. No, VLG is a stacked team as well, if you're not super familiar. Lambu, you guys should recognize, the old Afrika Freaks member. He participated with them in all of their events last year, basically. So that guy is a name that you should be familiar with. The rest are just really, really strong players in Korea. Just extremely talented squad as VLG. They were here at the Charity Showdown. They didn't qualify for PCS1. It was an off qualifier for them for that, but they're back and just seem as strong. We didn't see much of Seoul Hae-won Prince in that previous game either, so wondering about them a bit. La Vega got torn up a lot by Sun Sister even, and so Sun Sister showing, as did Element 36, like we mentioned, that they're strong. They can go against just about anyone. This La Vega team, though, a perennial like mid-tier team in Korea, always kind of finishing like 7th or 8th. As Loxlock gets a little bit of damage into Deva, but he's going to go back inside, try to readjust. Deva has to prone, though, so that might open up the door for Loxlock to land a grenade.
That's going to be falling a little bit short. If it was just 1 inch closer, Deva would have been knocked out, but luckily for Deva, he gets to run away from the scene of action. And for Ghibli, 1 point in the hands of Deva. Can he make it into 2? Boo Yo-hoo now moving in to provide some support as well. The rest of VLG, which is Lambu, he has an SLR, but looks like he's going to have to angle up inside the blue even to help his teammate out.
Well, yeah, it's not ideal, of course, for VLG, but they need to pick up points where they can. And Gex Ace is interested in just fighting them. They're trying to surround them and finish them off. Of course, they're keeping track of their kill feed, so they know there's only 2 members of VLG left now. And they know they have a numbers advantage. La Vega maybe kicking it up with Afrika's Hansia, the old NN, as Hansia now exposes himself, trying to come underneath the awning, has to back up, trying to get into the shack. Just not able to get in there. Sparrow doesn't even have a scope. Oh, there he goes. Now he puts that 2x on that Mini. I think it might have been a little bit of a slip up there from Sparrow. I think he meant to have that scope on there to begin with. A good grenade catches the side of Hansia, doing some damage to him. That's going to force him inside of the shack to try to regroup and get a heal.
Had that been not a Scar, but an AK even, that would have been Hansia out from this game early on. And for Sparrow, it looks like he only had a 2x in his backpack, not even a dot or anything, so he had to move that around. But this circle is going to continue having half water, half land. Guys, this is so nasty. In the meantime, Deva finds 2 players of GEX here rushing in towards him. The blue is tickling, so they have to make actions quick.
Yeah, I thought that grenade might connect from Deva, but he didn't cook it very long, so it took a little while to explode. Or it just didn't bounce towards the members of Gex Ace. Close enough. Still, that's going to buy him some time to get out the window. I think he has been spotted. Oh, good shooting. Makes Buyo back off. Lambu gets knocked by the blue, though. So that's a little bit unfortunate for Ghibli. Things going to get real tough for them because of that.
Deva?
Now it comes over Deva, too! Deva, what in the world is that barrel spray? Just pops up 2 down. For Gex Ace, they're going to try to get the grenade to land on top of him, see if they can finish the job, but it hits in front of the fence. That isn't going to do it just yet. Now Deva's going to reposition, try to get inside, but Buyo, who does spot it, and that's going to make Deva rethink that idea.
Now GX is in trouble. Even if Buyo finishes the kill onto Deva, they can only res a single player, and as the time goes on, the chances of even resing a single player might not even be there. Here you go. Buyo is going to find the res onto the teammate, but Deva's on the push, turning around the corner, but not landing those spray downs. Let's see. Deva, good angle. He spots the player going into the car.
All right, he has it. Can he get it done? I think he might be going for the flushes. He really wants those points, but at this point, he's got those points. They're going to bleed out here relatively quick. He's just trying to make sure that he's going to get those. Indeed, he does. Of course, he's got the 3 kills. As he goes for a first aid, and Buyo already has his first aid off as well. But Buyo, very reticent to come around the corner of that car, try to get anything done. But Davis kind of misplaced him. I think Davis saw him that time. No, he definitely did. Isn't able to land the shot through those pallets. But Buyo, coming around the side, is this battle just kind of taken for a while as these two are do-si-doing.
And it's outside of San Martin, just right at the edge. About to be phase 3, so I don't know if any of these players have a chance of getting into the circle, even if they win it. Just 2 teams bleeding out from this battle. Deva just willing to take the kill. 3 in the end. 1 more will do the job.
Yeah, he's got a fair amount of first aid kits, but I would suspect that Buyo can out-heal him just barely. Yeah, 1 extra first aid kit from Buyo if it comes down to that. I don't suspect it will. Eventually, the patience runs out for these players. The Phase 2 blue ticks pretty decently, and then especially Phase 3 is where things really start to light a fire underneath you to get moving. Deva's going to throw a smoke, potentially to distract, potentially to cover his footsteps as well. Now he's going to try to work underneath Buyo.
Let's see if Buyo wants to go downstairs or jump out the window. But these 2 players just burning through medkits. In the meantime, looking at the map stream, it's going to be Impala with a bunch of Tims inside of it. We got Infantry and we got Afrika, and we have another team that's 4 a.m. trying to move into this one as well.
Yeah, this isn't too surprising. These types of circles, like I said, really like this area between Puerto Paraiso and Impala. And you can see now TSG's already set up quite a spread inside of there. T1 dove pretty hard to that center as well. Tianba going to be playing more of the southern edge along with Seoulhae 1 Prince on their back. Now, Tianba's got to be scared. Because that Seoulhae 1 Prince team, oh my goodness, this circle still half water bench. Absolutely nasty stuff. But Tianba's got to be scared because Seoulhae 1 Prince is really, really good at taking fights. If they get into your grill, they just clamp down and don't let go.
All right, we're about to see a possible island circle. There's a slight chance of it happening. Sparrow spots out. It's going to be Yuke out from Sadie's. Shots won't be accurate enough, but the moving vehicle is on the line. No headshots coming through. Deva couldn't heal the blue tickle so hard. VRL Ghibli out at 16th place. And now La Vega against Yuri has moved in. Sparrow spots out KJ. Good shots and good headshot will finish the kill onto the player of Sadie's.
Yeah, this is nice movement from Sparrow, readjusting, looking to back off a bit, get to KJ's dead body, see if he can pick something up. Dowan spots out UKL, trying to come around the side, so that's going to alert La Vega to his position. So that sneaky little play he tried to work along the coast isn't going to quite pay off for the Sadie's player. Is La Vega very well spread out, has great angles to see a lot of the Sadie's players. Zach holding the back line. Sparrow taking some damage from Zach, though. Just enough exposed on top of that roof is Sparrow. So another good counter angle here from Sadie's Zach to keep La Vega pinned down.
Sparrow's helmet's quite well beat up, and the Sadie's is looking to moving into La Vega. Nades being thrown. That's going to be bouncing off the walls and will be going towards the water. Sparrow has a nade of his own. That angle from the window. Yuri's going to find the headshot onto Sparrow, knock him out, evening things out against La Vega, but Zenith is quick to take the revenge onto Zach. And Yuri with the wild spray down with a 2x barrel, but the final bullets won't be there as Zenith can back off with just half HP in his pocket.
Yeah, we're going to get the res, but the helmets are gone for some of those La Vega players. Sadie's coming around the corner. I don't know if there's enough crossfire. Oh, one! Kali going to get Yuri. Now there's UKL. He gets Kali as well. Going to go right for the molly. I think that's a really smart play there by UKL. That's going to find the second knock onto La Vega. Now they do back far enough around the corner that they're not going to be sitting there roasting in the campfire. UKL trying to come up underneath the hill. Zenith up on top of him. Good angle for Zenith to work with. But can he outduel the Sadie's player?
Sparrow's done. He has 2 stacks, and he's gone. But the res onto Kali might be possible. The blue is moving in. In the meantime, Sadie's got dunned. And let's see. No, they have to get moving.
By the way, while all this was going on, I want to point this out. Element 36 drove by on a boat and went to the island that's still in the circle. So Element 36, they don't care. They're going for it. They're out there just waiting to see what this one does on the off chance that this one goes to that island. And it can finish there in the esports settings. It doesn't happen very often, but it can. They are trying to find some way in. This is relatively safe for now. It's just getting back. That can be a bit problematic. There are some steep hills to work with. They're going to send it over. Ooh. Circle is going to shift that way. So Element 36 doing a good job getting there, but now they're in a boat and very exposed. Dowan doesn't really connect much with that spray, fortunately for them. So now they're going to be able to get their beachhead established and try to work from there.
Being in a boat when Dowan is especially looking at you is probably not the best thing to be happening to you. But E36 was able to go onto the mainland. Volibear putting some shots in as well. But the smokes are out, quick to react. And E36 makes their ground on towards the edge of the beach. And with just 27 seconds away from the circle starting to move, we have La Vega, Afrika, 4 AM still outside of it. So let's see if there will be a collision at the northern edge of the circle.
Over here to Entis, getting a knock on Infantry. A long-range battle, couple hundred meters separating those two teams. Don't think that will be a knock onto Infantry, but again, Infantry suffering a little bit of damage earlier in the rounds, and once again, curious to see how that affects them coming into the later game. Afrika sending it over the hill. Pignon right here. Pignon going to let that go because he hears more vehicles coming. This one might be the one that he opts to fire into. No, there is still one more, and that's going to allow the Freaks to get by him. They spot him out. Forever down. Gets run over by Shadow. Shadow takes down Waste as well with a little help from Dangche. So 4 AM's trap completely falls apart. It is just Pignon left. He is able to get a knock. Hansia is finished by Forever, but for the most part, this seems to be, never mind, now it's just EJ left. Somehow, some way, Mad98 gets into Shadow, and Afrika, they're tearing each other apart here, Bench.
Pignan threw that nade. Is that going to land inside the smoke? Oh, that will finish off Shadow. Good kill point added to Pignan's pocket. EJ now being the last member alive for Afrika, so is Pignan. Pignan now moving in hot. He has a medkit, but EJ's willing to peek out from the side. That could be dangerous for Pignon, but he does pop the medkit with no problem. And with 100 HP, he is willing to flush off any kill points.
Dangche trying to give the information onto Pignon's movement. So EJ throws a grenade, gets a bit of damage into Pignon's backside. Dangche continuing to inch his way towards Pignon, trying to buy all the time and information he can for EJ. Give him the best chance to win this. Circle's coming, stun up. Dangche is here. A bunch of damage. It's actually Adder. Comes from the side, takes a bunch of damage from infantry. He's got 3 hit points left, in danger of getting knocked. Good movement there from him, though, to avoid that knock. And now EJ has a door open to get in, but it is going to be very, very tricky. He's got a couple different teams looking his way.
Looks like EJ was trying to find the vehicle inside of smoke. A little hard to maneuver, but in the end, the circle is moving slow enough, so he could try to run into it, but there's too many players looking his way. Star-Lord, Adder, every single one of them is willing to take the kill point there. And looking over towards the center of the circle, we're going to be looking at champions of competitions and still moving under gunfire. Just fighting at the edge of those hills. And no knocks happening just yet, as they are still inside the circle, but the next circle will do justice for both of these teams.
Yeah, they're pretty close to the center there. Helen, wow, quick knock and flush. Helen really feeling it for T1 today. He's gotten a couple nice long-range knocks and finishes for himself with that SLR. Those 8Xs, very, very good. They're utilizing Helen very well as a sniper. This go around is T1. So T1 really working on some new things to improve as a team. Star-Lord pokes out, seeing what he can find out about SMG's position. Circle is going to head towards the coast, east. This is a challenging one. Entus has the last compound on the west before you get to the mountains, so they're going to be able to gatekeep anybody from trying to cross into them, but that might force a bunch of teams into the mountainside up on the northern parts of all of this. You can see so many up here already. Sun Sister, SMG, COC, La Vega, T1. It's going to be a mess.
Zenus is on the overwatch at the hill. Doan as well. Sun Sister is going to be moving right in between those two players. Faye might be in trouble. The whole Sun Sister squad kind of stops in between the ridges. Zenus is willing to pop out. He spots out the player. One spray down. Good shots, but he himself will be taken down to 39. Has to back off. Pops a nade. Willing to finish that. Well, let's see if that nade is... That is pretty good nade.
Yeah, really good nade. Doesn't quite finish Kendes, but close. Crazy Sam getting Doan down to very little health. Faye trying to make a rotation to assist his teammates. He gets hurt in the process. Goes right for the first aid when he gets out. Polly taking a bunch of damage as well. La Vega trying to hold on with everything they have, as Sun Sister has them very well surrounded inside of the divot they're in. Faye gonna finish off Kali. Now Doan's gonna hear that. Zenith down as well. Doan the last one up here. Faye up and over. Faye going to take down La Vega. Sun Sister, 4 kills for them.
Thank God for Sun Sisters. Tiamba was there to finish up the kill onto Zenith, so that kind of opened up the gate. E36 tried to gatekeep on the edge of the circle, but they are able to move in as well. TSG controlling the compound at the edge of the circle. E36 now trying to pound into it. Sophia goes in, finds a knock onto Star-Lord.
Yeah, this is Element 36 doing a fantastic job this round with a really kind of unusual rotation, taking a boat over to the islands and coming up along the coast. Now, Aminat has been knocked, so it looks like they're not going to finish off this knock on a Star-Lord just yet. Volibear up and over the side. Triumphant Song Gaming coming down with the hammer onto Element 36. Adder finds Sophia. Only so much time before these teams closed in on this unfortunate position for Element 36. They tried. It wasn't a terrible idea, but they weren't able to hold on. Too strong are the teams of TSG and T1.
And all of a sudden, T1 is controlling the northern east side of the circle. So they are going to be chilling for now. And they picked up a couple kill points as well. TSG still 4 strong too.
T1 did lose Star-Lord at the end of all of that from that knock, so that's a little unfortunate for T1, but T1 was in a bad position. They were way on the northern edge of this circle when it shifted, so they definitely doing a solid job to get to where they are, frankly. It was quite a difficult rotation, and they did a very nice job. Sun Sister as well, fantastic movement from them, also outdueling La Vega. Circle's going to be favorable to those two teams because of that rotation. And you can see, once again, it's Lil Ghost from Champion of Competition. He's going to be their sole survivor, their snake player, as it's 2 rounds in a row. He's their last one left.
For Sun Sisters, they have to block off infantry from moving in their way. They have to send them elsewhere, but T1 is still poking right behind their neck. So let's see if Sun Sister can hold off the aggression from infantry. And Entis now trying to move out from their compound as they will be excluded from the next circle. They are going to be getting on their foot. They're not going to be using their vehicles, so they're going to be moving on their foot, getting in there. Little Ghost Nade's going to explode Ball Yang to half. So Little Ghost is doing work for his team there.
Yeah, really, he's like basically a lot of their team's points right now, especially all the placement points. are pretty much on his shoulders. Now he's trying to do something against infantry. That's 2 now. He's taking some damage from Longsker. He gets prone. I think there's enough of him blocked off. Oh, they're going to come up over the hill. That's going to be the end of him, is 9. Good reaction time by 9, not allowing him to get any further. Now Entis on the backside of infantry, trying to kick things off. Here come the throwables in. Are we going to get any knocks? Good knock from Indigo onto Boliang. More coming up and over. Defensive grenades now from infantry. Another grenade onto Longsker's side. Put some damage into him. Zhao Yang going to be finished off by Lil Ghost. He bleeds out. Now just 2 up for infantry.
Tiamba's now trying to move in towards the way of infantry and Entis. Entis, they picked such a great time to pound onto that scene, finishing off the kill onto Boliang as well. And now Longsker and 9 of the final members being alive for infantry. Longsker used the vehicle to get into the circle, but 9 is stuck, dead stuck on the rock. Let's see if he can get into the circle as well. Tiamba still being able to control the good southern edge of the circle. They are going to be willing to shoot down any players on the move, such as Entis.
Yeah, Entis is afraid that they're going to come through. Under does get the knock onto 9 with that SKS. Grenade up and over, right into Entis! What a throw from Lurena. Kobe into Kale and Indigo. That could be disastrous for Entis. Under is scurrying away. Sungjiang trying to get back potentially to his teammates, trying to cut off Tianba if they go right for those flushes. Indigo going to be down by Lin Shun. Kale trying to come down the hill, seeing if he can get revived by his teammates. What a throw. Adder comes up over the hill now into 911. He's going to need an ambulance for that. Adder takes him down.
Adder almost had the second spray down connect to the player as well, so this guy is absolutely popping off. Not just Star-Lord, but Adder and Helen both taking kill points in their belt as well. Now, we're moving into phase number 7 in the next couple seconds. Tiamba still beating down Entis. Kale is still crawling, but I don't know how many more seconds he has to live. Under and Sungjiang still there. But the circle is going to be nasty for both of these teams. Tiamba and Entis still outside of it.
Not ideal for sure. Entis trying to hold fast. Z9 comes up over the hill. Isn't able to get the spray control down to get the knock onto Sungjiang. Some throwables coming underneath. Under the close range specialist again with the grenades. Lin Shun gets 2, and that's going to be Entis out. Lorena comes up and over, finishes Under. 2 insane grenades from Tianba. Finish the job, and then Faye finishes Longsker infantry out in 5th place. What impeccable grenade throwing from Tianba Gaming.
Tiamba does it again and again. 2 knocks from the nades happens once. That could happen. Second time, the Weatherman fooled you hard.
Isn't that what they usually do, Bench? I don't know. We were supposed to get a pretty nasty typhoon here in Korea.
Oh, yeah, we're about to have that
It
soon.
wasn't that bad. All right, Tianba does have the top of this hill on the western side of everything, so they're going to have a pretty good overview of what the rest of these teams are doing. T1 still in it. You can see up in the top right corner, 4 teams left. A lot of players still alive as well in this one. Tianba the only one of 4 up, though, and they cover quite a bit of ground. I really like Tianba's position here. They've set themselves up well to potentially win this. And Sun Sister, in the meantime, happy to wait this out as long as they can inside the safety of this warehouse.
The blue is moving, and T1 has to move too. That's Helen at the edge. T1 actually might be able to catch Sun Sister off guard in the rotation. Are they aware of Helen's position is the real question. Can this one the move? Helen spots him out. Good shots, but Crazy Sam is quick to flick. And that's going to be Helen down and done. Oh! Adder with a good spray down, though. Is going to find 2 knocks and will soon be finished. Fade down, done. Adder doing dirty to Sun Sister.
I mean, last round it was Star-Lord. This round it's Adder. This guy is absolutely nuts when he gets on fire. One of the top fraggers in Korea for years is Adder, and he's showing you here why. Rex underneath Lurena. Tianba trying to push on this fight, trying to do to T1 what T1 did to them last round. Already 6 kills for Tianba Esports. Rex throwing some throwables up in front of him, seeing if he can get up and forward. Adder peeks out, takes some damage for it. And this is Tianba Gaming really just completely shutting off T1. They don't want them to get anywhere inside of this circle. They know they have a much better position than them, and they are taking advantage of it.
If TSG moves on the southern edge of the circle, then that might open up the gates for T1 to move in, as these 2 teams could start fighting. As the blue will start moving the next 30 seconds. Z9Max still on the Overwatch. Adder is he has nowhere else to go. I don't know how many smokes he has, but that will take a good amount of 6 or 7 different smokes to make a smoke train to even try to get into the next circle.
Yeah, and TSG is just waiting with open arms. They know where T1 is. They know that T1 can't go uphill. They know it's really hard for a team to do that with how steep that hill is. And there you go. Adder gets knocked by Z9. It's all up to Rex for T1 this round. Tianba continues to hold the line on top of the edge, and they are doing a fantastic job of it. Z9 spotted out Shandian there, looks to see if he could scope in, catch him sleeping a bit, but does not. This go around, gonna reposition with the rest of his team, as they did spot out some other members of Triumphant Song Gaming, and they're looking to close this one out.
Tianba looking very strong. 4 up and 6 kills. Lorena with those nades were able to dish out those kill points on towards Entis. Now T1 down and done with just Rex there. Lorena knocking off Oliver. So this man is going crazy. Shandian trying to get into the circle, but he gets spotted out. Peng as well. And Tianba's looking to shut down this match by taking all the kill points possible. 4 more points.
It looks like they could be theirs. Rex is going to try to make something out of it. Gets a good stun. Hasn't gotten the knock just yet. No, there we go. Good transfer to the other side of the tree. But quick with the reinforcements is Z9. T1 goes out in 3rd place, but another strong round for them to start the day. Really kind of picking up their weakness from the Korean qualifiers was T1. They were not a good Miramar team. This time, much, much better to start. Lorena on the side of Triumphant Song Gaming. Triumphant Song Gaming in a pinch. It is going to be a lot of Tianba players coming in. Peng is down. Shandian trying to run up along the side. He's the only one left. A bunch of damage coming in. Tianba Esports takes game number 2.
T1 took game number 1, but China was like, Korea, you can't go any further. Tianba shuts both Korean teams, Entis and T1, and takes the win away for match number 2. And Lorena, this guy, like, so for Tianba, it used to be Tian who would get most shots in terms of observation, because he frags out most of the times, but Lorena shows that he is capable of doing what Tian did as well.
It's 2 grenades is the story of that round. 2 grenades is what opened the door for Tianba to completely control the top of the hills. Everything, once they knocked Entis out, everything was open for them up there, and they're able to just fan out along the edge, box in T1 and TSG, take all the kills, and get the chicken dinner. So impressive back-to-back performances from them and T1. Kind of trading blows here, a bit of a rivalry starting out for PCS2 Asia between these 2 teams.
Well, they cracked 1 egg and had 2 yolks, and there you go. That's the end of the story there. And for tonight, we are done with Miramar, so the next 2 matches will be Erangel. So things will be switched over to the grassy lands of Erangel, and T1 might be doing a better performance because T1 is traditionally a better Erangel team.
Right, exactly. I mean, that's what's scary for these teams. T1 is better on Erangel, and they already played out of their minds on Miramar. So that's really exciting for anybody who's a Korea fan. The Chinese fans got to be happy to see Tianba stepping up once again like they did at the Charity Showdown. Infantry's been in it in the top 5, top 6 both times. Of course, you just can't hold those guys down. They're so resilient, so strong. Let's take a look at a couple of these highlights. This is the early one. Just some good spraying here with the AK. Gets it quick. Does Crazy Sam. This is Savior. Finds Spear, who's just vaulting, and that's an easy kill for him.
Guy.
And then Deva. That double was dirty.
That spray down, we're going to see a replay of that as well. Let's slow it down. And those 2 players kind of ran into the crosshair of Deva, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was a bit of an easy transfer for sure. He didn't have to do too much there. Sun Sister, great job here onto La Vega. I mean, they surround him perfectly, get him from a bunch of different angles. Poor Element 36 fighting off a couple different teams who just completely pounce on them. This is what just kind of happened on the coast. Teams just kind of kept funneling from the outside down. Element 36, he gets, funneled by T1 and VSG. Then they get funneled by Tianba. It was just, yeah, that's how it should work. That's the way the terrain flows, and that makes a lot of sense. Good plays here by Adder. What a round for him.
Rex finds knock onto the player Lin Shen, but Z9 Max was quick to react and find the headshot onto it, eliminating T1. And then Triumphant Song Gaming got dealt hard, and that will be Tianba taking the win. We're going to be seeing the match leaderboard for match number 2. Tianba Esports with 20 good points, 10 kills. And T1 as well is going to be handing out 10 kills as well.
Back-to-back double-digit kill point rounds for T1 should keep them in the lead, I would assume. Sun Sister with a big 3rd place finish, 6 kills of their own. So continuing strong starts for the Japanese players. Sun Sister really looking a lot more confident, not afraid to fight VLG, the Korean team, in the power grid. And guys, I think we are ready for a break. We have 2 Erangels coming at you to wrap up the first day of PCS2. Stick with us.
Joining the prestigious lineup of care package weapons on the battlegrounds is a brand new weapon with the firepower to take down vehicles and keep enemy squads suppressed. The MG3 is a new light machine gun with a 75-round capacity of 7.62 ammunition. There's no need to stockpile attachments with this one, as it cannot accept any magazines, lower rail, or stock attachments. Simply slap on up to a 6x scope and shoot till your target stops moving. Don't think a lack of attachments makes the MG3 weak though. This powerhouse does increased damage to vehicles and has two firing modes, fast and faster. The default setting spits out bullets at 660 rounds per minute, while its toggle ups that to a ridiculous 990 rounds, showing your enemies the true meaning of bullet hell. The MG3 spawns in care packages on all battlegrounds. It also comes standard with a bipod for those times you need to kick it into high gear. Whether you're seeing how much extra metal you can fit into a BRDM, or seeing how fast your enemies can dance, the MG3 light machine gun is a must-grab from your next care package. We'll see you on the battlegrounds. Update 8.2 has just arrived, and we've got plenty for you, including a new crate weapon, new throwable, cosmetic updates for a couple of weapons, and more. Let's dive in. First up, there's a new machine gun in town, spawning exclusively in care packages. The MG3 is a 75-round LMG that uses 7.62 ammunition and can be set to fire at two different speeds. Take down your enemies with a bit more control at 660 RPM, or show them the true meaning of bullet hell by switching to the weapon's 990 RPM setting. In addition, every 5th round and the last 10 rounds of your magazine will be tracer shots, giving you a bit more visual information on where your shots are headed. The MG3 also does increased damage to vehicles and features a bipod for significantly increased control while prone. For now, you can only find the MG3 in normal matches, but we'll keep you updated when we plan to introduce them into ranked mode. Up next is a new way to distract and disorient your opponents. The decoy grenade is a new throwable that mimics gunfire sounds for 10 seconds. The deceptive decoy can be used in a variety of ways, including flushing enemies out of cover, covering your advance, or getting enemies to turn away before you begin your spray. The decoy grenade spawns as rare world loot exclusively on Sanhok, and will only be in normal games for the time being. The Kar98K, SKS, and M416 have all received a cosmetic update this patch. All three weapons have been remodeled from scratch for higher visual fidelity, along with a sound quality improvement to match. We've updated helmet slots to allow you to choose what you see while playing. By toggling your helmet off, you'll keep your cosmetic hat or hoodie visible, but be aware that this toggle is only visible to you. Enemies and teammates will still see you wearing your helmet. Players feeling a little nostalgic can now swap out their lobby music to one of several different options from over the years. You'll be reset back to the default music each new season, but you can feel free to switch it up whenever you like. For players who have been eager to battle it out against a group of friends, we've added Team Deathmatch to custom game settings. Grab some friends or members of your community and see who comes out on top. One last thing. The Esports menu has been updated with the PCS2 Pick'em Challenge. Like before, you can participate in the fun by making your own predictions for the chance to win some great PCS2 skins. Check out our patch notes for the full schedule. That wraps up this patch report, but there's plenty more details on what Update 8.2 brings. You can check out our patch notes for everything new, or just jump in and play for yourself. We'll see you next time.
哇，4、5个急救吗？
저거 뭐야?
Level 3 vests and helmets with the...
What the? 이렇게? 아치! 저 많은 데서 Oh, what? Duncan's M4? No!
No, baby! Whoa!
That's just going to be slaughter. Players haven't gone down. It puts it into a 2-on-1. Maybe a chance, but maybe not much of one. And we'll go back to back.
But infantry doing work. Infantry looking to assert their dominance. They're looking to end.
But the beat is crashed, and so is infantry taking the win.
I mean, infantry asserting their dominance, putting their foot very hurt. The walls are closing in, and infantry is going to take game number 2.
Through the doors, the man, what can you do? Not a great deal.
T-Bot's position is just on that little bit of a reach. He keeps Game alive. He's gone down. Mirror goes fully for course. Hero plays from Iron, but does he die? No! Hero play from TSM.
That's going to be a flush there. Shoot to kill. I think they see B.
And we're back here at PCS2 Asia. You got a quick view of the Korean host, Hyung, but it is I, Paper Thin, along with Bench, as we bring you the English broadcast here for PCS2 Asia. 2 games out of the way. Miramar, bye-bye. We are going over to Erangel now, and like we mentioned, T1, a historically strong team on Erangel, at least with their new roster, and with their old one as well. So this could be interesting considering the strong start they had.
So T1 is going to be favoring the map change. So is VLG, I would say, as well.
Yes.
As this time around, though, they were contesting Power Grid against Sun Sister, but now they have to contest Apartments and School against 4 AM, which is also a strong and scary team.
Right. I mean, this is a big deal. 4 AM had backed off the last time these two squared off during the PCS Charity Showdown. Will that be the case here? And now, especially after maybe they saw a little bit of kind of shakiness from the VLG guys, is 4 AM going to change their mind? Another one to keep kind of in the back of your mind potentially is OG Enentis and SMG. They both like Pachinki. Is that going to be contested between these guys? And there you can see the current pick'em results for Asia. 4 AM so popular in China. These guys, after the strong performances from their team locally years ago, and it's just propelled them to stardom in China, and almost 50% of the votes going their way.
Korea seems to be an even divide, although T1 takes up almost 20% of the total votes there. So T1, even though it's like somewhat new roster with Starlord being added, people favor them.
I totally get it. We see why. They're really strong right now. The confidence levels are very high on that team. The decision making by Starlord right now on point. He's putting this team in very good positions across the board. That last game was tough. They were in a very bad position, stuck on the very northern edge of the circle with a hard southern shift away from them. He's able to lead them into a third place finish, bringing them along the edge of the hill. Of course, their individual play carries them as well, but good decision making from him. All these teams now really starting to get good. One thing I noticed during that last match that kind of, I didn't get to talk about it a lot because it kind of happened towards the end, but it's Longskur's ability to use vehicles in really short bursts. He does this thing that I don't see many other players do as well, where he gets a vehicle and kind of takes it from one position to the other quickly and repositions himself well with his vehicles. He keeps them safe at the same time. Not many players have that kind of skill that he has. That it just kind of hit me while I was watching that game. I'm like, he does this all the time.
And because of that, he's able to cover himself from the first burst of the enemy. And then when they have to stop, Longskur opens up. And that's how he capitalizes off of these fights. And as you can see, this is our top 5 damage dealers. Adder completely knocked out a couple players. And he is going to be sitting at number 1 with 568 hit points. Longskur as well is going to be marking number 2 as he himself, the god, the Longskur.
He's just unreal. Maybe the best player in the world right now is Longskur. The guy is a phenom. Behind him, Lurena with some of those big grenades and shots for Tianba. Doan from La Vega, and Helen for T1. Helen playing really good here for the damage. Adder and Starlord getting it done with the kills. So good strong start for T1. A lot of kills, good placement finishes. This is exactly what you want to see out of them, as they are, in their other big stage appearances when they made it to one of the big international majors. They didn't really do a lot. I remember PGC. They had one win, and then the rest of the time they were very, very quiet. Now we're seeing a very different team, and we talk about it a lot, but it is the most important role on a team is the in-game leader, the play caller, and Starlord again, so good.
But for Lorena, out of that 550 hit points, I would say good like 170 he's out from those 2 nades.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think you're absolutely right. Him and Lin Shun did like 400 damage in grenades alone. I mean, just crazy stuff from them. Doan doing a good job here for La Vega along the coast as they try to find something. There wasn't a lot of room to work with inside of there, and there's Tianba M200. He's around here somewhere, I'm sure. He's probably the one standing next to Lin Shun, actually, as they kind of go over that previous win. Your Game 2 winners was Tianba Esports. Your PCS Charity Showdown Asia winners as well. These guys, very, very talented all around. Grid decision-making, everything. Just a very well-balanced team, and they have a lot of firepower to back everything up as well.
But this time around, I don't think they will have South George all for free, because in PCS1 Asia, Genji backed out from the fight. But this time around, it's Element 36 who is willing to challenge Tianba and South George. So now the question is Tianba going to continue the fight? Or are they going to back out from it? Or is E36 going to back out from it?
I don't know. So far, we've seen the Japanese teams play fearlessly. I love to see it from them. I love to see the confidence from both E36 and Sun Sister. I liked E36's idea in a way, trying to go to the coast with that boat. They didn't have many other better options. They at least gave themselves a chance. I think they just kind of spread it a bit too thin there, and they couldn't really breach a compound. Maybe they should have kind of formed up as a group and tried to, pinch their way or push their way through. It was Element 36, but we saw in the first game they took fight after fight. No scared feelings from them. You could not sense any of it. So that's what they need to continue to find success. I think they need to have the confidence to make good decisions and then make good plays off of those good decisions.
And not only E36, so is Sun Sister with huge confidence in them. Even in PCS1, they hot dropped Infantry, got completely knocked out, but they still have the confidence to hot drop VLG and Power Grid, and VLG is a scary team too, if not better than Infantry in certain close quarter combats. And they hot dropped 2 matches in a row. First one kind of disengaged as VLG backed out, but the second one, I think it was Hikari who dropped a little late and couldn't pick up the gun in time, whereas Crazy Sam picked up that mutant, if I'm not wrong, AK.
Yeah, AK
faster
mutant,
than Hikari.
AK, yeah.
And then that was VLG down and done.
Yeah, they just left, went to San Martin, and Gex Ace was like, bros, this is our home. What are you doing here? Get out, get out. It is good to see that, again, yeah, like you mentioned, Sun Sister did lose that kind of infamous battle at the church. One of the fastest teams going out I've ever seen in competitive PUBG. And they're not phased by it. They continue to have confidence. They continue to build on their success. Looking to Team Sadie's to kind of pick things up a bit. Same with their sister team in Chinese Taipei. Get it going a bit. Those two, Sadie's, like I said, they usually start slow. I'm not super surprised to see this. They tend to pick it up as things go on. A few circles that weren't very favorable to them. And part of that as well, I guess. But don't be surprised if they pop off in a couple rounds and really start to pick it up. Waiting for a few of the other Chinese teams to kind of show us something special. 4 a.m. kind of going out in a couple different weird situations. That one with Afrika, they tried to set a trap.
Yeah.
And they waited too long. And Afrika just sniffed it out. They spotted him right away. They saw Pignon right away. They ran over the other members of 4 a.m. that were stuck in between those two silos. And then all of a sudden 4 a.m. is just basically done.
Pignon waited a little too long, and I guess that kind of paid off in the end result of player getting ran over by the cars. But looks like we are ready for match number 3, the lands of Erangel, and I get to see the plane path. So is Clinton. You guys can't. But this is going to be a brutal plane. You guys are about to see that happen.
Oh, you could actually see it. They just showed it to you there.
There you go.
There it is. Yeah, this is about as south as it gets. If there was ever a time for a milli circle, this might be it. As game number 3, our first Erangel of the event, gets underway here at PCS2 Asia. If you guys are just tuning in, thank you so much, for joining us. Really appreciate it. Your winners in match number 1, T1. Match number 2, Tianba Esports. So China and Korea going back and forth on Miramar. Now it is Erangel. And make sure you guys tune in to all the PCS2 events. Plenty of it coming up. Plenty of giveaways coming up for you guys. Drops are enabled, so make sure you connect your accounts. Lots of fun codes and other giveaways that are going to be happening. So stay tuned for all of that. And go ahead and do yourself a favor. Get some of those dope skins they've got available in the store. And then get your coupon. Show your support for which team you think can win. And in their respective regions, please keep in mind that the infographic on the right-hand side is in their region points per round, not what they've done in PCS1 or anything like that.
But these drop choices are quite interesting. T1 decides to drop away from Gatka and go towards Millie base, probably towards Novo. Entis has given up Pochinki. They're going to be farming outside of Primorsk, and they're going to be looting around Quarry, looks like. So Pochinki contested, not contested anymore, done. Now looking over towards Tiamba. They are probably looking for vehicles to get towards South George. I don't know if E36 wants to do that as well. Looks like E36 dropped a little bit earlier.
E36 might, if they can find vehicles fast enough, might be able to kind of beat Tianba to the punch here. If they can find some over there on the west side of Pochinki. And infantry, of course, Ferry Pier-ish, Farmish, somewhere in that southern coast is where they like to go. Nothing too surprising there. Sadie's over towards the Gatka spot. Looks like that might be where they feel comfortable. T1 over in Novo. So getting bounced out of the military base where they like to drop a lot on those plane paths during the Korean qualifiers is T1. So it's going to be COC who claims the military base this go around. And VLG making their rotation towards where else? The apartments and school. You can see 4 a.m. They're not backing off of it either. They've already got a member up here.
Let's see. VLG in an apartment. Matt 98 with a barrel will be shooting down Zenus, and the sadness continue for La Vega as they lose Zenus, who is the top fragger for La Vega. So that will be unfortunate. It looks like the vehicle couldn't pick up the momentum in time, and that will be Zenus down and done.
I think Zenith just assumed that all of SMG would go into Pochinki, but the circle actually kind of dictated something different. This is a very central circle right on top of the middle of the map. So actually, you know, SMG wants to get out to the edges of Pochinki as quick as they can, if possible. Although now, I don't know. We'll see. For SMG, or for La Vega, if they're assuming there wasn't something weird that happened there, not exactly what you wanted to see from them, but I don't know. I guess they assumed they weren't going to go there. They probably assumed that all of SMG would go into Pochinki, but in this case, it didn't happen.
Well, I mean, that's why you shouldn't be risking too much. I mean, it was just a little bit of a risk that Zenus put up, but that little risk turned out to be a big snowball for his own team. VLG now 4 in the apartments, 4 a.m. That's going to be Lou in the school. And let's see if the rest of 4AM wants to join up and fight this one out, because this will be the dead center of the circle. Not exactly dead center, but still a good center of the circle. And looking over towards the map stream, and we do see T1 and Champions of Competition in Millie base. Sad for them, they're going to have to get into the main island some way, somehow. But Infantry is controlling the left bridge, and TSG is controlling the right bridge. So let's see if these teams want to get in the boat and get going.
Yeah, I'm trying to rack my brain if Infantry ever set up a bridge camp in any of the PCS events. I don't think they did. Did they once? Did they actually do that?
It was a milli circle, though.
Okay. Oh, on a milli circle. That's a little different. I don't expect them to. I expect them to go more center. They have a lot of open territory between them and Pochinki, so it wouldn't surprise me too much for them to do that. Forever, SMG is starting to reach out a little bit. You can see one of their members coming up to the kind of crossroads, the middle of the compound, the one in between school and Pochinki. And T1 again went Novo, so a little bit of time before they got to get moving. Well, plenty of time, actually, I'd say, before they need to get moving. The real question for them, bridge, boats, what's going to be the option? Because this is center, so boats aren't really a great option right now. And again, this is also, we don't have the new changes to Erangel. This is the older version without the new ports and other things. So it is a little tricky to take boats across the river.
We have a little update from the production. We're going to be having our own codes as well soon, and the resolution has been better. So good for you guys and us as well. Aminot opens up towards Zach. Won't be landing any bullets. The M4 update is a little bit more shaky now. It's not as accurate as before.
A little bit, but some players still preferring it, especially at APAC, as of last I heard. Still preferring the M4 a bit, but here a lot of teams making the switch to the barrel as it does significant damage, of course, and the recoil now much more tolerable. Zach is going to just find a house, get some loot. There's nobody really anywhere near Zach right now. He is the forward position for Sadie's to the east of Gatka here. There is a care package that comes down to the north of Forever. He's probably going to go for that, I would imagine. He should have a pretty clean run at it. I don't know if Lanren from SMG has the shot or not. I don't think he quite does from that angle. We'll see. VLG popping some shots into nothing. Lambu might just be seeing if he can bait somebody out.
Air down. Air knocked. Air dusted. Tiamba now trying to get in towards the mainland from South George. La Vega now trying to shut down Sun Sister. They're going to be moving right in. They got knocked out. Cali doing dirty as well. Doan coming from the 64. Cali got the second knock as well. So that won't be easy flush onto Condesu. Third player coming in. That's Cali finding the third one as well. Second kill for him. And now just leaving single player for Sun Sister. That will be Crazy Sam. That nade from Doan will do dirty. He peeks out from the second floor. That nade will do. And let's see if Crazy Sam has any angle to work with.
I mean, that is just a miscommunication there from Sun Sister. They had to have known where he was when Polly came in, and Polly looked the wrong way. And all of a sudden, things going very well for La Vega, as this is going to allow the Freaks to bypass all of this. They're like, thanks, guys, you fight this one out. We're going to go center circle. And Crazy Sam stuck in the middle of the stairs. Faye still alive, maybe resable. We'll have to see. He's gonna put some gas down. Crazy Sam is maybe going to try to bait them up the stairs, see if he can get them into a bad situation. He knows that they're going to try to come in and they're going to try to flush him out and use this. You know, there's only one way up, really. So he's going to come through here. He comes down the stairs, isn't able to finish. He's going to push it through. Good stuff from Crazy Sam. Good hip fire. Going to get the finish onto Cali. Where were the reinforcements for La Vega? They're too late, so they lose a member. They do finish Sun Sister, but at the cost of another member of their team.
Cali, although a great effort, wasn't able to finish Crazy Sam. And that will be Sun Sister down and done. Sadie's now moving into the compound where Kale was holding on to. Kale backs out from it, doesn't want to mess with Sadie's. KJ and UCal, both with pretty good guns. AK and Scar. Probably better than a mutant.
Well, yes.
Yeah. Nobody's supposed to mess with a mutant.
That's a given. We only see the mutant because people are desperate in these early fights for guns. So nobody else really wants those. Entis, this is some old Entis play right here. This is like 2018 Entis taking this hill to the southwest of Pachinki. They used to love this spot. They used to come there every single match to get their information. And a little bit of a different formation than what I'm used to. That's because infantry is kind of in the spot they like to take more on the eastern side of the hill. This time they're going to fan out more to the west. And take that. Tianba kind of slicing their way in after going to South George, and they're inching their way towards Pachinki, but nothing really too scary for them right now.
Infantry will be controlling the mountain outside of Pachinki. They're going to be looking down, see nobody there, but we're about to see phase 2 circle in the next 15 seconds. A bunch of teams just shooting at each other. Cities and Entis, Infantry and SMG, 4AM and VLG. So 4AM finally moved in closer towards school area to see where the circle lands. So VLG is not willing to move out from that. The circle is going to completely shift away. It's going to be Pachinki and the 12 houses.
Spicy. I like
Spicy
it.
Circle.
Like this circle right now. Not good for Buyo. He gets taken down by Seoul Haewon Prince. Finally, we get to see something from them. They've been off screen a lot of this event. Kill for Kim Go-ni. And he gets back in that motorcycle and starts making their rotation. Looks like they're thinking about making their way in from the southeastern edge. Star-Lord, a little bit of a vehicle mishap there from his teammate. Nothing super huge there, just a knock in the belt, which is a little unfortunate, especially with Star-Lord because he is the front man for T1. He's usually going to be the one out in front doing recon. So if he gets knocked, it makes it all the harder to get back to him. And that's going to maybe make things kind of tighten up a little bit for T1 going forward. We'll see how that one plays out.
Pure Boy, in the meantime, opens up towards 4 AM. 2 vehicles pass by, but no bullets were connected. Trying to go for more, but waste is going to stop Pure Boy from pouring more bullets into his own teammates. Pure Boy might be in a trouble, down super low. He has a tree to work with. Thankfully, he was able to position himself behind a cover in time.
Just in time. Some really good shooting from Waste, a.k.a. Wayless, a.k.a. GodV. He likes to change his name. We know this. He's allowed to do that. We can't stop him. And now 4 AM, rolling into Pachinki, it looks like, as everyone else has actually vacated the Pachinki area, trying to get as far south as they can because so much of the bottom part of the circle still has the river in it. It's likely to kind of maybe shift towards the coast more so than not. So his teams are kind of edging a little bit further that way as much as they can get. So that's going to open up Pachinki for 4 AM as SMG headed out to the sushis that you can see here to the east, and they're starting to fan out a bit along the ridge line of that hill. There is, of course, the craters in the fields that they can work with. Oh, there was a code! Were you guys fast enough to see that? Good luck. Good luck with that code.
I can't do that, but in the meantime, Juanita is going to find the honey house at the edge of the S compound. GEX Ace has controlling of most of it, but right now, Seolhaewon Prince is not willing to move into it just yet. They're going to be only sending Juanita up front, and the rest of them will be up top of the mountain by the wizard houses. Juanita has a pretty good angle on towards Lockstock. If he peeks out, there you go. Brought it out, shoots, but that headshot won't be there for Juanita.
Oh, Juanita, he hasn't been missing those shots in the Korean quals. He's been a big part of the reason Seolhaewon Prince was able to make it to their first major of the year. He was absolutely on fire during the Korean qualifier, so was Juanita. It was good to see him performing well again. Seolhaewon Prince, one of those teams, one of the few teams in this lobby that doesn't mind playing edge. They don't mind coming in late. They eat blue. They don't do it as much as they used to, but they are willing to come from the edge and play the edge because they are so good at fighting, especially close quarters, medium range as well. They're quite good. So for Seolhaewon Prince, you're going to see them be on the edge more often than not. They're not a team that's going to try to fight. The problem may be for them in this particular lobby that there's too many good teams who go center and they aren't able to break through them.
And the meta being center circle makes things harder for the edge teams. And even if you are a good edge team, it's just harder now because too many teams are going for the center. And as the gun change will dictate you to go towards center as well. And for nerf, barrels super strong now. Close quarter combats are the deal now. In the meantime, the circle will shift western, and infantry is going to be in that center. Look at that spread from infantry.
That's infantry in a nutshell. They can do anything at any time. They're not afraid to take up real estate. They're trying to regroup. They might be squaring off against T1, who I see making a rotation in their direction. Afrika cutting underneath. SMG right behind them, and it's going to be Waste getting the AWM shot on a Hansia. Was Hansia in a vehicle in that? If Hansia I didn't catch if Hansia got out of that vehicle or not. And here's T1. They find the Southern 2 in this quad. The rest of infantry now rolling up to try to get some support, but only 2 here for T1 so far. The other members might have to back off. Rex actually gets taken down in the background. Good shots from Adder. Getting into Longsker. He has to back up under the stairs to heal. See if there's a grenade or a response from Adder. Doesn't look like much. Waste finds another headshot with that AWM. My goodness. He is doing some serious work.
In the meantime, Star-Lord is trying to find a little edge to work with, but GXA is going to be doing those grinding shots. Star-Lord will be paying them back, but no knocks will be happening. Now, he has to climb up the hill to find a cover, but I don't know if that is going to be possible as there's too many teams around it. 9 providing some support as well, so full infantry squad now back into 4 houses. In the meantime, La Vega doing dirty to Sadis, and Sadis taking the kills down as well. And that will be Doan finish off KJ. So there probably is just a single member for Sadis left. In the meantime, over here, back towards infantry and T1. Rex was down and done a long time ago, so it's going to be an odd man situation for T1. Star-Lord barely dodging those bullets, and Adder's going to knock out 9.
How did Bullying get some shots at all into Star-Lord there? Star-Lord zooming in. Full speed on that motorcycle, still gets hit. Great shooting. Now Helen's going to go for the frag grenades. Looks like they're not going to be there as 9 is up on the stairs, so there isn't going to be the knock coming through. That one just misses. Now he's going to throw a molly, trying to really pin infantry down, buying as much time for the rest of his team as he can here. And it looks like for now, infantry isn't going to be interested in this. 4AM, though, started the fight very well against the Freaks, but now 2 of them are down, forever taking some damage. That might be VLG getting involved. Spear putting some shots down. Entis firing into EJ. It's just Dangche left now for Afrika. A tree and a hope and another code coming your way. Dangche going to try to finish off Waste, get some points. Dangche, bro, you got to finish those. Oh, did it get stolen there? No, he does end up being the one who finishes it because the rest of 4AM finish off by VLG. And it is going to be interesting for them now because here comes
Lambu.
Yeah, Lambu up and over, spraying down into Dangche. Lambu almost going to get Dangche. Switches over to the mutant of all things. And it's not going to be a knock for him.
Had that been an SKS even, could have changed things for Lamb to get more kills. Under now springing Dangche. Dangche in a world of trouble. Under is quite good with those tracking shots, but none of them will land just yet, and Dangche has another life to live. And phase 4 circle is going to be quite dirty, right by the fields and the mountain. Seolhae and Prince on the move as well. We'll be fighting the Wizard Hut outside of the 4 houses. That's going to be raining solo player for Seolhae and Prince, looks like.
Yeah, it's just such a gauntlet that Seolhae 1 Prince is trying to run in these circles. Now he does find the Wizard. He is going to set up there, but SMG, if they come up over that hill, is going to be able to find him pretty quick. Instead, he's going to be moving, and I think doing the wiser choice here, getting inside and holding up for now. He's just going to have to, just snake this one out. There's no other real options available. Tianba has to move, but not far, and actually there's nobody on the side of the hill up there, which I think might surprise them a bit when they get up there. But nobody's really interested in trying to push through that way. VLG kind of swung down towards the fight between 4AM and Afrika. Not much going on there, as Lurena is going to find all of this real estate open for him.
In the meantime, E36 wanted to move into the circle as well, but Dowon, the sole survivor for La Vega, stole a kill. I knocked down the kill and finished it off clean, so that's going to be E36, which is 2 players alive. Zach is now in trouble. He can easily take the res onto Yuri, but Tianba wants to crash right onto this one. There you go, Z9 Max sending it right into the face of Sadis. M200 opens the door for the bait, finds the kill, finds the flush, and now that will be Zach as the solo player for Sadis. He's out, he has proned out, and he is right outside again. And he gets spotted out! M200 knocked out, but Z9 Max is quick to finish it.
Yeah, it was really methodical stuff there from Tianba. Great reactions to the situation, knowing that Zach had to be right outside that window based on this. Oh, PSG getting torn apart here by SMG. Sandian trying to hold the line, but no, it's not good enough. SMG going to finish them with a little help from VLG. VLG looking to bounce back from their not-so-good Miramar, having much better Erangel. Amanat, the last one here for Element 36. Now they're trying to push into that compound that Tianba has. I don't know if this guy can do it. Tianba seems so strong right now. He comes in the door. Gun wasn't ready. Lurena takes him down.
Dowon continues to poke at the back of E36. I don't know why he wanted to do it, but it worked out apparently. He stole 2 kill points on top of it, and that's E36 down and done. In the meantime, that's going to be XS knocked out. The motorcycle almost killing his own teammate. Very close, but looks like the res might be possible as smokes are being put out. Lulu always ready, dishing out 3. Is Gexa going to push this one out? Loxlog is swinging out a little bit wide, but I don't know if he has an angle just yet.
Well, he's going for it. Oh, Nan. Hello, right into the grill, but they're going to trade grenades because Loxlock lands his on him too. What in the world is that? 2 great grenades from those players knocking each other. Molly in the front. Now there isn't a smoke trail between there. Savior could see it. Nope, he repositions. If he had stood there, he would have been able to see COC. Didn't like it, though. Wants to opt to go with the Savior, but a grenade right in his face. Said it was going to be Savior. I was wrong, because Savior now backed off with 3 hit points.
In the whole scene of the situation, Entis has an overwatch onto the whole scene here. Sungjang already up on the mountain, so anyone trying to exit this compound is going to be punished. And Entis might be able to steal a couple more kill points out of this one. In the meantime, the circle is going to be dirty. It's going to be dirty on the fields and the mountains.
That's going to be hard up there for sure. Oh, good spray by Savior. Nan did get res, but for how long? Entis now in the backside, under doing a bunch of damage to Savior. Didn't get a knock. Lulu always finishes off Loxlock in the back. Zednon still alive in the house across from his teammate Savior. Now XS up and through, and Entis is trying to block these 2 teams out. Now that the circle is out there, they've been hearing this fighting going on for some time. They want to rake in as many points as they can off this.
Lulu always trying to push out, but they have to be aware of Entis' angle onto them, so they have to dish out smokes if they want to get moving. But both of these teams are pretty much stuck. Savior now has an angle onto Lulu always. Lulu doesn't want to push, and Savior just exits out of this one, but Nan was going to be creeping from behind. That's going to be Savior down and done. Another kill point, but Zenon doesn't want to stop. He's going to be spraying wildly, but Nan's too good, finding the second one for his own.
Yeah, great push and holding the angles, forcing the players into bad positions where Nan could clean them up. But OGN is like, all right, you guys had your fun. It's our turn now. Pushing forward is Sungjang. Under finds a knock onto Lulu always. There was a finish onto XS as well. Nan comes around the side of Under, almost gets the knock onto him. Here's the blue, though. Problematic now for Nan as this one chunks. It's phase 5 blue. You can see he's taking 5 damage per tick. Gonna try to get one inside the window is Indigo. He connects with that molly. That is going to be Nan going down. COC out in 9th place. Good job by Entis. Now they can move into the circle. They have a little bit of room to work with. And over here to Tianba, who's off with VLG. VLG, good start. Loretta comes around the corner, though. Going to get Lambu. Easy peasy. Finish that one as well.
Having a utility in hand when there's a player with a barrel in front of you, I don't know if that's the right decision, but that's going to be Loretta finishing up Lambu for a kill point there. As after losing a player, VLG is content to just control the edge of the circle. Tiamba trying to crash right into it. Spear has a good angle. Whole Tiamba has a good overwatch. Let's see if when those smoke fades out, that's going to be the time when Tiamba starts opening up. Dangche creeping up behind Linshin and M200. This might be huge for Afrika.
Do it. Do it, Dangche.
Got in the car. He got in the car.
They're both in the car.
You got to start opening up now.
Ooh, there you go.
There you go.
What right angle? Can he get 2? Yes, he can. Dangche. The sneaky snake comes through. One of those kills is stolen by Hikari, but what a play by him. The thorn in the back of Tianba.
And now Dangche has nowhere else to go, so because it's going to be a downhill at the edge of the circle. And the rest of Tianba is just probably controlling the hut there. Nowhere else to go from there. And Ghibli now... Are they going to punish Tiamba for taking the kill onto their own player, or are they just going to let this one pass? Dangche going down the hill. Dangche spotted by Entis. Dangche in trouble. Just
how is he
juggling.
alive?
He's juggling hard.
I know he is. You're right. He's doing such a good job. He should be dead. This is amazing from Dangche. He is doing such a good job keeping the other teams from being able to land shots onto him. Kale shooting into, I believe that's VLG across the road there. Tianba's still up on the hill. SMG was trying to push forward to try to get on top of VLG, but wasn't able to do it. You can see that there was a good hold here from VLG. Maybe a little help from the Tiamba members across the way as well. But the healths come through for VLG, and now they're going to push their way forward, looking to get as much central as they can inside of this valley, trying to lock this down.
Dangche walked while I'm playing, but he has to walk the second plane if he wants to get into the circle even. Let's see if that's going to be possible. Indigo gets knocked up by Deva, so VLG is doing hurt to different teams. Nade's not going to connect. Tiamba now in trouble at the edge of the hill. Entis is looking at them as well. Lorena tried to spot out any players there, but there's nobody there. Sungjang finally spots out Afrika. That's Dangche down and done. Afrika out at 8th. Good effort, but just wasn't there for them. Lorena now on the motorcycle. Let's see where he wants to go. He's going to dip his teammate and dip out from the situation as well.
Oh, he's going to come right behind Under and Kale. Actually averts that a bit. He's trying to find anywhere that he can park this. Maybe that rock. Nope, that's not safe either. He's just driving around looking for any hope. There is none. Under gets the knock onto him. Under going to cook a grenade. SMG taken out by T1. Is T1 actually left the compound that they have been holding with infantry on the other side, so they leave it, and now VLG suffering at the hands of Entis. Entis doing a fantastic job this round. First working into COC, now into VLG. Soul A1 Prince does end up going down, and out is VLG between Entis and Tianba. Tianba still Z9, but a very good round here for Entis. 3 up for them. Infantry with 4 alive, though, and nobody, and I mean nobody, wants to see that.
Entis is putting up good effort, but at what cost after losing a player where infantry is still 4 up? That is definitely a scary thing to see, Clinton. And now infantry is starting to move up the hill. This is where T1 is tested. And let's see if T1 can hold that push off. Z9 Max on the move on a beat-up vehicle. That headshot from Under is going to do even more damage, down to 10. He can pop the first 8. No, Under finishes that off quick and easy.
That's a huge pressure relief for T1. That allows them to reposition if the fight with infantry doesn't go well, because infantry is trying to get to that top of that hill. It's going to be up to Adder and Helen to hold that down. Infantry scary, even though T1 made a great maneuver here to get around to the outside and get up to the top of this hill. The decision-making from T1 on this is so good. Infantry, though, comes up, and they can fight from anywhere. They don't care. They are so nuts. Boliang is staying inside of the houses for now to watch and make sure T1 can't push over the hill. Allow infantry to get as far forward as they can, but Helen does a good job. Zhao Yang knocked. Longsker coming over for the res. Any throwables available here for T1? It doesn't seem like it. It seems like most of those were used in their initial battle at the houses.
Adder and Helen just holding the line. They don't want to push out or swing out wider because that's too risky against Longsker. It's too good. Jiao Yang gets rest, so that's going to be 4 up. Still for Infantry. No flushes could happen. And now Infantry's looking to move in. Bo Liang gets backed off as he's taken down to super low HP after that spray down from Barrel. 2x Adder sprays are too good for this one. And now T1 just holding the edges. Looks like for Infantry as well, no nades are there for them as they used it against Ventus, I believe, in the 12 houses.
Oh, it's going to take an incredible play here from Adder. He isn't able to do it. He gets 1, doesn't get 2, and then there's another one. Helen Knock tried to come up and over for assistance. Not having any of it was 9. Kale actually steals that, though, so Star-Lord, the last one alive for T1. Here comes Entis. Grenades flying in. Under gets the finish before the grenade can even land. T1 with another top 5 finish. 3 in a row, though, so the strong start continues for them. Now it's up to Entis to try to stop the monsters from China.
And we get the music cued. Entis trying to control the center circle, but Longsker is watching it. Under could be in trouble if he gets spotted out. Jiao Yang now pushing out towards the edge to spot out the snakes. And Entis, that's an MK in Under's hand.
I love it. Let's go Under. I want to see him. We have seen it before where he has ruined Infantry's day. You guys can remember back to, I believe it was the Miracle Weekend, where he 1v3'd Infantry, had them pinned down. Can he do it again? Kale holding the line up front. Entis has the center of the circle. They have it cut off, but it's only phase 7. There's still one more circle to go here before we even find out where the center dot is going to reveal itself. And for now, Infantry has the top line of this hill, and this could determine where this, where this next circle goes. Could determine a lot of the positioning and how well Infantry can hold this, or if it's going to be Entis who has to push through. Not much changing, though. And just Longsker has to move a bit, although the center is in the backside of Entis if it gets down to phase 9.
Kale is in the front line, and he has level 3 gears, and that is scary to see. If Kale has level 3 gears, he can do magical stuff. Longsker trying to peek up from the corner. Songjang almost got spotted out, but he has to start moving too. 9 just jumping, checking, not spotting out anyone as Under is prone down by the hill. And now, rest of Infantry, they have to start moving. The circle will start moving in 20 seconds. Bo Liang, he had a couple smokes, I believe, in his hand. Jiao Yang has 1 as well. So Infantry can do 2 things. 1, they can pop up the smokes and move into the circle. Or 2, they can spread out thinly and just push out as a single line. And then basically capitalize off of trades.
Yeah, I think that might be the better move here for Infantry if they can swing. If they can swing far to the north side, they can make it happen. But right now, Songjang has deftly maneuvered himself to that position to make sure that that isn't going to be an easy option. There is that, you can see Songjang has found the backside of a hill there where he's got plenty of cover to lock that down for some time, provide a lot of cover for his teammates, not just cover for himself, but then he can provide cover fire. You see already getting into 9 there, getting a little bit of damage, as now Infantry, kind of hemming and hawing about how they want to prod into this.
Kale is going to be holding his crosshair at the edge of the hill. Nobody spotted out just yet. Smoke's now flying from Infantry. There's a nade from Bo Liang, but that's going to go nowhere close towards the players. As Entis is going to be holding the line as well. Now Infantry is going to be moving. Kale spots out 2 players. Good spray now, finds 1. Second one as well. Good shots coming from Kale. 2 down for Infantry. 3 versus 2 as Entis is going to be on the edge.
The opening barrage, fantastic from Kale. Now he's got to try to outduel the superstar from Infantry, Longsker. Jiao Yang, smokes are down, going for the res. Kale cannot do it. Longsker too good. Taking a bunch of damage himself, immediately going for the first aid. Grenades raining in. Under trying to provide cover. Songjang maybe going for the res. Bao Liang down. Longsker not having any of it. Under gets 1 of his own. It is Under left for OGN. Gonna make sure he gets the point to finish it. Longsker, the only one standing for Infantry in front of him. Can he outduel this hero for China? Right now, things have slowed up. Still a lot of time to go, in fact, for both of these players.
It had to come down to a 1 versus 1 with Under against Longsker. Who has a better edge? The circle is in favor of Under, but Longsker has the SLR and 8x. Good spray down from Under is going to knock Longsker down to super low HP, but he has the time to put the medkit up. Under now on the push. He's going to go in bravely.
Under's got the barrel ready. Plenty of ammo inside of there. Full level 3 gear in front of him. He's coming up the hill. Longsker shooting. No, it's Under. Under wins it. The 1v1 goes to Under, and OGN Entis 14 kills for them. Huge round, once again under the thorn in the side for Infantry.
Huge play from Kale. He initially knocked out the two players to even things out, and then Under finished the match for themselves. I almost thought Longsker had it, as both of these players are really good at spraying close range, and Under just seemed to be a little better in that situation.
He is so good close up, and the level 3 gear. That made a big difference here. Under with full level 3 gear, making the huge difference there, putting it into his hands. Such a wise decision for OG Enentis, and that guy proving why he was picked up by this team to really try to propel them to be one of the best in the world. And OG Enentis, a very nice round for themselves. Doing fantastic job throughout all of this. Maneuvering, they were going all over the map. I mean, they started out on the west on the hills, to the west of Pachinki, maneuvered all the way down to the very south, and then wrapped all the way back around to come up from the west again. So this is great decision-making and play calling. Sungjang showing how much progress he's made.
For Entis, they were driven out from Pachinki, and turns out it's even better to be outside of Pachinki, and we're going to be looking at some highlight reels as Matt98 finds that easy kill to Zenus. Zenus was unaware of that completely.
They just must have never seen SMG go there or anybody go there in the scrims and thought it would be open.
Kali.
Yeah, Kali, great hold. Poly just must not have gotten the proper calls or something there from Kendes, because he should have been looking that way. He should have known at least, but he was a little bit behind on that one. Sparrow, good job coming up the back though, finishing off that. Dowan's been huge for La Vega so far in this tournament.
Elephant 36 got bullied by Dowan so hard. Shandian tried to salvage his teammates, but that didn't happen. Xavier, that was through the window of the car too. That slight of an angle was possible for him. And now Nan gets spotted out. He knocks out one, but in the end, Under, I think it was the player to knock him out as well.
Yeah, Lurena, good job there, like you mentioned, catching the VLG member with a throwable in his hand. Here's this great play by Deng Che. Way to readjust that spray to get the double. And then there's Lurena going somewhere, actually going nowhere. There was nowhere to go. Everybody has already established themselves inside of that little canyon. So not much room, and Star-Lord taken out by Under before the grenade even makes it one way or another. He was down, and then some huge plays from Kale. Kale spraying, Kale getting the double, and then Under with a 1v1 versus Longsker. Longsker looked like he got the initial shots, but again, that level 3 gear, so crucial in a situation like that.
And Under doesn't sweat in a 1v1. No, Under is super young, and then for young players, there's this tendency where they kind of sweat in a clutch situation, but Under doesn't. This guy, he can smile in an accident.
I mean, him and Kale are both very young, but yeah, for Under, Under just is so cool under pressure. We've seen him so many times clutch out games for OG Enentis by himself. He's absolutely nuts in late game situations. That guy, one of the best in the world, dollars to donuts. For if I'm gonna pick like somebody, if I have to pick one player to have to clutch out a game, he's like top 5 for me, no doubt about it, because of how strong he has been. Guys, we're gonna take a break. Coming up is our final game of the day. One more Erangel to go here at PCS2 Asia.
Joining the prestigious lineup of care package weapons on the battlegrounds is a brand new weapon with the firepower to take down vehicles and keep enemy squads suppressed. The MG3 is a new light machine gun with a 75-round capacity of 7.62 ammunition. There's no need to stockpile attachments with this one, as it cannot accept any magazines, lower rail, or stock attachments. Simply slap on up to a 6x scope and shoot till your target stops moving. Don't think a lack of attachments makes the MG3 weak though. This powerhouse does increased damage to vehicles and has 2 firing modes, fast and faster. The default setting spits out bullets at 660 rounds per minute, while its toggle ups that to a ridiculous 990 rounds, showing your enemies the true meaning of bullet hell. The MG3 spawns in care packages on all battlegrounds. It also comes standard with a bipod for those times you need to kick it into high gear. Whether you're seeing how much extra metal you can fit into a BRDM, or seeing how fast your enemies can dance, the MG3 light machine gun is a must-grab from your next care package. We'll see you on the battlegrounds. Update 8.2 has just arrived, and we've got plenty for you, including a new crate weapon, new throwable, cosmetic updates for a couple of weapons, and more. Let's dive in. First up, there's a new machine gun in town, spawning exclusively in care packages. The MG3 is a 75-round LMG that uses 7.62 ammunition and can be set to fire at 2 different speeds. Take down your enemies with a bit more control at 660 RPM, or show them the true meaning of bullet hell by switching to the weapon's 990 RPM setting. In addition, every 5th round and the last 10 rounds of your magazine will be tracer shots, giving you a bit more visual information on where your shots are headed. The MG3 also does increased damage to vehicles and features a bipod for significantly increased control while prone. For now, you can only find the MG3 in normal matches, but we'll keep you updated when we plan to introduce them into ranked mode. Up next is a new way to distract and disorient your opponents. The decoy grenade is a new throwable that mimics gunfire sounds for 10 seconds. The deceptive decoy can be used in a variety of ways, including flushing enemies out of cover, covering your advance, or getting enemies to turn away before you begin your spray. The decoy grenade spawns as rare world loot exclusively on Sanhok, and will only be in normal games for the time being. The Kar 98K, SKS, and M416 have all received a cosmetic update this patch. All 3 weapons have been remodeled from scratch for higher visual fidelity, along with a sound quality improvement to match. We've updated helmet slots to allow you to choose what you see while playing. By toggling your helmet off, you'll keep your cosmetic hat or hoodie visible, but be aware that this toggle is only visible to you. Enemies and teammates will still see you wearing your helmet. Players feeling a little nostalgic can now swap out their lobby music to one of several different options from over the years. You'll be reset back to the default music each new season, but you can feel free to switch it up whenever you like. For players who have been eager to battle it out against a group of friends, we've added Team Deathmatch to custom game settings. Grab some friends or members of your community and see who comes out on top. One last thing. The Esports menu has been updated with the PCS2 Pick'em Challenge. Like before, you can participate in the fun by making your own predictions for the chance to win some great PCS2 skins. Check out our patch notes for the full schedule. That wraps up this patch report, but there's plenty more details on what Update 8.2 brings. You can check out our patch notes for everything new, or just jump in and play for yourself. We'll see you next time.
4、5跟急救吗？
저거 뭐야?
Level 3 vests and helmets with the...
What the? 이렇게? 아치! 또 많은 데서
Oh, what? Duncan's M4? No! Baby!
Whoa! And we are back for the final game of the PUBG Continental Series 2 Asia event. First day, we're almost done already. What an excellent set of games we've had here so far today, Bench. First, it was T1 showcasing why they won Korea. Then Tianba showcasing why they are one of the strongest teams in China. Now, Entis, the other, I would say, top favorite from Korea. I would say T1 and Entis are the two teams that most people are considering to be the best from Korea, coming through with wins. Now, whose turn? Is it finally going to be Infantry's turn next? They've been in the top 5 every time, I think, or maybe they got a 6 in there as well, but basically in it. Is this going to be their moment?
In a perfect world, all the maps could be divided half and half by China and Korea. So right now, Korea has took 2. Entis took the 3rd map, and T1 took the first one. Tianba took the second one. So the 4th map of Erangel, the final map of the day, who's going to have it is the real question. Infantry has a good shot. They almost had it last round, but Longsker just missed the final bullet, and Under was too good, and I think the gear difference was the major issue there.
Absolutely. The gear, a big deal. It looked like Longsker's spray wasn't as good as it normally is. He had to readjust a little bit there on the fly, and that opened the door a bit for Under as well. But overall, Under, incredible close range. We know this if you've ever watched him play. Going forward, is there going to be a Japanese team or a Chinese Taipei team that could step up? I mean, Gex Ace, Sadie's, we're hoping, we're watching. I have a lot of confidence in Sadie's, honestly, to, I think, eventually start stepping up. Element 36 kind of fallen off. They started out strong today. Since then, hasn't been as good. The Sun Sisters had a little bit more success, but that one, again, you know, they had a send against La Vega that just fell apart very, very quick.
On the left-hand side, and this has picked up 14 kills as they completely dusted and picked up the coins on the floor by the 12 houses. It's like, ooh, free money. Might as well take it. And Infantry still comes in second. Huge 12 points, although could have been a 22-point win there.
Absolutely. It was very close, very, very close for Infantry. And what a wonderful final battle to see there. Two of the best players in their respective regions, Under and Longsker, going at it for a win. You can't ask for a better finish than that. I mean, so many great finishes today. A 4v4 with T1 and SMG to start the day, and T1 outmaneuvers them to win that one with some excellent shooting by Star-Lord. Then we move over to Tianba, just smothering TSG and T1 to get their win on the top, as well as some insanely good grenades onto OG and Entis. What a round from Tianba. Now we come through here. Great round. Love what we're seeing. Under with over 1,000 damage. Woo!
This guy is a one-man wrecking crew. That damage is enough to kill 10 players in this lobby.
And Hikari with the number of the beast, because he is a beast. A lot of damage for him. Kale not too far behind. So huge round for Entis there. Dengche proving to be a hero for Afrika, picking up some extra points, proving to be a thorn in the back of Tianba. It looked like Tianba might have another shot at winning back-to-back games, but Dengche quickly dashed any of those hopes they might have. Here's your overall leaderboard. Still on top is T1, but it is not a comfortable lead by any stretch of the imagination, with Tianba breathing down their necks. 8 points behind them, and then 9 points behind that is Entis.
Look at Infantry. They have not a single win, and they're still able to put themselves in top 4 with 28 points, 17 kills, 17 huge kills, I would say. SMG comes in 5th as well, so it's some good efforts. It's actually surprising to see Sun Sister on the left side of the leaderboard. I don't know I shouldn't even be saying this, but they are doing super well right now.
Well, it's really exciting. Sun Sister, they're so good in Japan. They've been basically the best team in Japan for years, and everybody's been hoping and waiting to kind of see them maybe eventually find a groove on these international stages. They're amazing in Japan, but whenever they come to these bigger events, the other team that comes with them from Japan tends to do better. Like, I mean, Detonation Gaming White, and then Element, you know, although they weren't in the last one, it was Crest Gaming Xanadu in PCS1 and Element 36. But, you know, Element 36 came through and showed us some really good games. Now it's Sun Sisters' turn, I hope, to step up and really continue to play well, as they've played pretty good here so far today. And again, one more Erangel to go. There is OG and Entis, Sungjang, Kale, Indigo, Under. Incredible team. One of the most consistent teams in the world. Do they just always seem to find their way to the big events and then a top 5 finish at those events.
This time around, Indigo's a little bit quiet. You don't see him popping off just yet, but when this man pops up, this guy goes crazy. In the Korean qualifiers, Indigo single-handedly saved his team from getting knocked out. And this time around, just a little bit quiet, but you just gotta wait until the moment comes for him.
Yeah, Indigo was one of the top 5 players in the Korean qualifiers in terms of frags. Just overall play was incredible from him. So he really stepped up. Kale was right behind him. Kale had one of his best performances we've seen in a long time, since Kale kind of made his emergence onto the scene for OGN last year. Now he's really starting to come back into form. He came out with a splash. He's been really good, but now he's getting even better, as is all of OG and Entis. And again, so a ton of that credit has to go to Sungjang, finally kind of figuring himself out. His play calling has really gotten a lot better. He's adjusted to these new metas. Overall, you can't say enough about how much better they've gotten. You and I talked about it a ton during the Korean qualifiers.
So for Sungjang, I know players go in slump here and there from time to time, and Sungjang was going through one for sure. Indeed, I really think he did go through one, but he was able to exit that one quite fairly quick, and then it brought the whole team up aboard.
Yeah.
And under himself as well, he was slowed down a little bit because of the performances of Sungjang, but now because Sungjang is completely on track, Under's able to do what he was doing before. going in hot and coming out crazy.
That's a good point. Everything going well for OGN, everything going well for T1. These two teams, when we watched Korea, felt like they were kind of taking things to another level. They really are figuring themselves out, playing very well, and again, so much credit to their play callers. Their coaching staff as well has to get a ton of credit. T1, not just their coaching staff, but the whole organization for making this kind of a risk. They took a big risk on Star-Lord. He was benched from VSG, not first as the in-game leader. They handed that over to the other players, whether that be Hulk or eventually Wicked or a mental. But then also he was benched as a player. Now he comes through here and he's leading his team on the first day of the major to be the top team. I mean, that is, what a story that is right there. Just for that guy, like that personal redemption story. I mean, we'll see how the rest of this tournament plays out, but right now he's got to be feeling good.
Star-Lord must be feeling really happy. I mean, they knocked out VSG from even advancing into PCS2, first of all. And then what you've just mentioned, Clinton, is just the cherry on top of the cake for Star-Lord.
Right. It's so fun to see, and he made so many fans last year at the PUBG Asia Invitational and then at the Face It Global Summit, especially with some of his nutty bolting he was doing at the Face It Global Summit. So you got to love to see him coming back here and playing so well. Game number 4, the last game of the day. Erangel coming at you here at PCS2 Asia. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. Can't wait to see how this day finishes out. Plane is up and over. You can see the path coming off that road right down the middle. This one, very, very fair for all these teams. Probably won't see too much congestion in the beginning. Early on in that last one, I think because of that severe plane path, that's why we saw a few people going down early. This one might be a little different.
As our players get better over time, our production is also getting better over time as well. And right now, looking at Entis, they're going to be heading towards Yasnaya, so they've completely dipped out from Pachinki for sure. Let's see if E36 wants to head towards Rozhok. They might just go a little further away from that. We're going to be seeing a bunch of teams going down south, so that's quite interesting to see. Not a lot of teams going north these days because Element Mystic is not in this lobby.
Yeah, no Element Mystic to take Severny from everybody.
All the time, all the single time.
Always in Severny is Element Mystic. Always in the northern part of the map. Interesting to see Entis, they're shifting location this time. It is Yasnaya, and surprise, surprise, once again, VLG squaring off against 4AM. There is a Thompson. Forever's got the shotgun. He's dodging. Forever's out of ammo. Hikari comes around the corner. That grenade doing some damage, but not able to get a knock. Good stuff here from Hikari. The dancing with the Thompson. Going to finish off Forever. He's very, very weak. He has no heals, of course. All he has is whatever was on top of that roof. Not a good start. It's hard with that pump. It takes a long time to load it. And that's going to be one down for 4AM. Is this going to be, once again, VLG just dominating them here in the apartments?
That's unfortunate for Forever. He couldn't load the gun in time. The Tommy gun was faster to load, and that kind of set the fate there for him. Lou now in the apartment with his teammate there. The rest of VLG as well just farming up. Let's see if any more knocks happen or if VLG just wants to get out from this situation. I don't know what's going to happen, but we're about to see some nasty things happen. A lot of close-range guns. We saw Micro Uzi just a couple seconds ago, and obviously the pump is a very great gun in close range. Double barrel in the hands of Pignon. He has picked up an ump as well. A bunch of SMGs in this one. VLG now moving in hot. Hikari down super low, but Lambu's not scared. He has a Micro Uzi. Nice little setup by 4AM. Lambu comes in, gets knocked out. Deva goes in, gets knocked out. Hikari now trying to trade, but he gets knocked out too. Lou is going to be farming kills in that single room, single-handedly shutting down VLG by himself.
Oh, VLG did not expect two members of 4AM to be in there. A great trap from 4AM, recognizing VLG's tendencies. They know they love to push in through those stairs, and they push and they make them pay for it. Now, I'm going to criticize VLG's play a little bit on that push in a second, but let's see how this one finishes out. Spear does have an AK. No health available for him, though. He is already super weak. It's going to be one heck of a miracle if he's able to pull this out. Okay, he's got a few bandages at least, but that's not going to get him up to full health.
But the AK and a dream. AK is the gun that you probably would want in a situation like this. Barrel would have been better, but any 7mm gun would do the job. Let's see if he can do it. 4AM now, pushing up to the ceiling to see if there's any angle to work with. Lou's going to jump down. He has a barrel in his hand and a holographic on it too. Spear ready. Spear doesn't spot the player out. There you go. He has an AK. 27 bullets. 3 players, 9 each will do the job. Oh, the Molly! The Molly's gonna spread and toast. He gets to jump up the ceiling, but no, that's gonna be a bad push by Pignon. Right into his own Molly.
Look how many bullets he's got left. He's got to reload. He's only got 16 bullets in there. Great play here by Spear. If that's a nade, it's going to finish it. It does. At least he picks up a point. But finally, 4 a.m. is able to best VRLU Ghibli in the apartments. Now, where I want to go back to this for a second.
The push?
The push. Hikari needs to go first because he has the least amount of health. He needs to go in there. He's going to get knocked. And your first person is probably going to get knocked anyway. So the idea there is he goes in there and at least he can suffer those initial sprays and absorb a lot of those bullets and get the information for the rest of Ghibli there. That would have been, I think, the better play, but I think there was some pressure, some, urgency, a sense of urgency, of course, to get this down and over with. But this time around, 4 a.m. going to do it. And in the meantime, Pure Boy came over and stole all the loot from school and left. Attaboy.
4 a.m. now, 2 a.m. now, but I also want to criticize 4 a.m. a little bit is because they had nades in their inventory. So in the end, the final player from VLG got knocked out by nade, but Pignon just ran in there. So so he got knocked out by, first of all, he got knocked out by his own Molly, first of all, and even if he didn't throw that Molly there was no reason for him to push into that room because they had a nade.
That's absolutely correct.
Yeah.
There's no reason for all of that. You're absolutely right. I mean, he's setting himself on fire. It's just a little bit too much. So some mistakes from both teams in that fight. 4 a.m. able to best VLG finally. They just gave up for a while, and now they're fighting it again. And maybe we'll see going forward if either team can do something with it. In the PUBG Miracle weekend, when they fought each other tooth and nail the entire tournament, both teams did terrible because they just were fighting each other. Maybe this time one of them will come out with a better result, as there is Sun Sister and Milta. And nobody's anywhere near them. They have all the time in the world. A little bit of the circle's even kind of in Milta, so whatever for them. And there is SMG once again. Circle's very similar, at least for phase 1, to last game.
So VLG getting shut out like that almost resembles them failing to dish out GC Busan in the PCS1 qualifiers. So this is just their problem that's not fixed. It's a mistake that they couldn't solve.
Yeah, well, they used to be so good in apartments in school. Like, nobody really messed with them. And then, 4 a.m., good credit to them kind of recognizing the tendencies, knowing that VLG really likes to, group up and just send it through the stairs, or they might send one through the middle part with the window where they drop off the ceiling. You can see, actually, 4 a.m. was kind of watching for that. But this time, it's a stair push with all 3, and they have 2 angles, and VLG had no idea what to do. 200 and Tianba, they're rotating up underneath the ruins. Sadie's is up by the ruins, and they're making their entrance into the circle. We'll see how many teams approach us a little different. It's going to be a lot different for Entis because they went to Yasnaya instead of Primorsk this time around. So completely opposite side of the circle they're going to be coming from this go-around.
Under's now going to be pushing up towards the water tank, but E36 is completely not aware of it just yet. We're going to pop the tires of the vehicle outside of ruins now. He has to run away because that basically warned the beast to bite at him.
He lost a tire. Yeah,
he lost the tire.
He lost a tire because of it.
Yep.
That vehicle wasn't as safe as you thought there, Lou Rena, and now you're going to have a very ugly, hard-to-drive UAZ going forward. It is a good UAZ, but it's the one with the top on it. That one does not have a top on it, and that is not a knock, though. Element 36 able to get inside of the buildings. Is Sadie's just going to send it on this? There's 2 here on this outer edge.
I don't know if Sadie's wants to go into this compound. Looks like they're just going to be parking it outside of the compound, using those hills, and toss a couple nades into it. Just keep them at bay. Just keep them checked. Not going to be pushing. But in terms of pushing, it's going to be 4 a.m. now, running up the hill. Afrika waiting right in front of them. I don't know if Afrika is aware of this, but Lu is going to be on the front line. He's going to be flanking towards the side, wrapping around the corners. Hansia may have heard the footsteps, and he spots out Lu. Good shots, good headshot, but easy trade comes for Lu as well. Hansia has to back off, but he has a nade. He's going to time that, cooking it 1, 2, 3, and throws it. I don't know if Lu will be anywhere close to it. He repositions in time.
Yeah, a good reposition by Lu, recognizing that, the player knows how much damage he did, or close to how much damage he did, and moving himself back. Waste, underneath Shadow, looking, waiting. Patience, good spray from Waste. The reaction time, excellent for him. Now the return fire from Dangche trying to save his teammate from disaster, but no, Waste again with another knock, but he's the only one up for 4 angry men. Lou got knocked himself. A bunch of damage done from Hansia. Smokes are down as Waste tries to buy some time for the first aid, but there's a molly here. Is it enough? It is just not close enough. He's able to scoot back a bit, and alive for now is Waste.
Hansia tried to push from the side, but he had to stop because bullets were flying his way. Waste is going to be continuing the execution onto Afrika. Finds another knock. The res was possible there, but it's going to be down to 2 versus 1. Waste's position has been revealed. EJ is trying to shoot out at it. Good shots, but Waste continues the execution.
No way he can do this. Waste might single-handedly take down Afrika. No, it's going to be Shadow. Saves the day, but Waste, what a performance there. He almost wiped Afrika by himself. And here comes Gexace. This fight's been going on way too long. They want to finish it. They do. Oh no, SMG steals that. Excuse me. From the other side is SMG. Now Baule does get taken down to the Lockslock. They were not expecting another team to be right on the heels of Shadow. Now some covering fire coming from Small. Are they going to be able to get to their fallen teammate? I don't see anyone that's super close. And indeed, it looks like Mad's going to turn.
Well, 4 a.m. now, 12 p.m. Matt 98 on a motorbike. I don't know if he can get to the position he wants to get to. GXA now pushing down to finish the kill onto Baule. In the meantime, Sadie's deep run into Element 36. Good knock onto Sophia. The nade might do the job here. That's going to be falling off towards the side. Yukel has a second one coming through, but that's not going to connect as well. Molly as well will be thrown into the house. So the res onto Sophia is not possible. Yukel eats that molly from Aminot, gets knocked out, so he has to slow down for now.
Oh, KJ's lining one up. He's cooked it. This should be good. That should be a finish on Sophia. Doesn't get the knock, but a well-timed, well-spotted grenade is going to back Aminot off. Things falling apart for Element 36 up the stairs. Here comes Sadie's grenade being cooked for Aminot. Puts it down the stairs. Sadie's kind of figured something was up. They didn't like that situation. Back off in time to avoid much damage.
Aminot has an AK in hand, and we've seen AKs do put to work in a situation like this. Sadie's doesn't want to push up just yet. They want to put some more utilities in the face of Aminot. More flashes being thrown. KJ's going to clear out the bathroom now. Where Aminot would be is completely compromised. He's holding the corner and comes through as KJ, and that's going to be Aminot down. Element 36 knocked out from this lobby.
Yeah, it was a good push here by Sadie's. Element 36 picked up a kill early on in the fight, but eventually the rest of Element 36 able to regroup, finish the job. Solhewan Prince, Juanita, up and over, diverts away. He gets fired at by infantry. I don't blame him. Don't want any piece of that. Going to veer off to the sushi house. See if he can get the rest of Solhewan Prince. Coming very quiet so far is Solhewan Prince. But these guys could be a sleeping giant bench. You do not want to count them out. Once they get fired up, they are a force to be reckoned with.
Solhewan Prince still in this game, but Zhao Yang is going to be putting bullets down there. He's going to have to back off and reposition as his bullets weren't there for him. Solhewan Prince finds the sushi house at the bottom side of the Pachinki Hills. And they're going to be using this for now, as it's still a good center of the circle for now. 30 seconds away until we see the next phase number 3 in the circle of it. It could be the reanimation of whatever happened last match. I have a good feeling that might happen, of the circle being at the mountains.
That's what Solhewan Prince is hoping with their 2-2 spread right now. They're covering right where that last circle ended up. Infantry took the same compound that they had last time with their 2-2 split. So things look very, very similar, other than instead of Entis over on the west side of infantry, you've got T1 there instead. This time, and you've got some magic powers inside of you today, Bench, because that's really close to where that last one ended up.
I didn't have my sandwich today. I guess that was your coffee.
No, the coffee's for crazy circles. You didn't. I don't know. You predicted it. That's usually your sandwich. So no. All right.
Well, I have my chocolate, so maybe that was the deal. But Sun Sisters still in this lobby. 3 are going to be moving into the Blue House. We call it the Blue House over in Korea. It's like the White House for America, where the president lives. But Do-won is going to be very quiet. Nobody has seen his position just yet, so he could be doing dirty to Sun Sisters. Anyone trying to go into the house might be dead.
Yeah, we'll see. Sun Sister, they'll just send it at compounds, but now it's once again La Vega in their way. I think Polly, is he going to come in to this house. I think he was just scoping it out quick. Is there any signals for Doan is my question that he's left in the bottom of the building? Like, has he looted something like some ammo from a gun that would have given away the fact that he was up there? Probably didn't press the issue. He wasn't really interested in doing anything, but all of those vehicles are kind of on the back end of this compound for Sun Sister, so that might be where Doan springs a trap on them, and there could be some damage taken. Meanwhile, Sparrow's way off from the rest from him, from Doan. The rest of La Vega is pretty far away from Doan, to be honest. He got cut off from the rest of his team, and will he be able to regroup with them? We'll have to wait and see. And this is the Pachinki Fields where Solhewan Prince has set up a pretty nice little surround onto SMG.
I guess Doan was sweating out some cold sweats, hoping that Sun Sister didn't clear the compound is in. Thankfully for him, he gets to hide just a little longer. But in the meantime, the knock onto Small is not going to be rezzed. Still moving under gunfire. I guess they can't move anymore. Raining spots out Sparrow. I don't know if he wants to open up just yet, as his position is also very wide in the open. Xavier opens up towards Faye. Good bullets. Super down low as Faye, but he still gets to move a little further away.
Sadie's, they're in La Vega's base. So far, so good. Kali's spray, decent, but not good enough. UKL taking a bit of damage himself as the front person for Sadie's. They're going to find the top of this hill available. Going to park their vehicles up there. Now it is Sun Sister. They ran out of that compound. They found Gex Ace, and they've suffered a couple losses here. Crazy Sam out. One member knocked as well, Faye. And now Doan. Doan's just waiting. Doan is going to see if he can find something. There is your next code, guys. Make sure you get that in there as fast as you can inside of your PUBG client. By the way, drops are enabled as well, so make sure you've got that all set up. Connect your PUBG account to your Twitch account here. Doan, he's going to prone down. He's going to let this fight happen. Doan's objective is to get back with his team. That's priority number one, and if that doesn't find to be possible, then of course he's going to go for kills and points. But for now, he's interested in doing other stuff. And now finally, Triumphant Song Gaming getting involved in this as well. 4 teams all over on this eastern edge.
Sun Sister is out from this lobby as Gex Ace does dirty. Doan now has to heal up. He has 25 band-aids. Look at this guy in his backpack. He has a medkit as well, but he's going to start moving. This is phase 4. It's going to hurt when it closes down. Phase 5 is going to chunk hard. And looks like he's not going to open up. There's no more vehicles in this area, so I don't know, man. Doan, you're going to have a hard time joining up with your teammate there, Tianbanel.
He might have just enough time. He can kind of ride the edge of the blue, I think, because Gex is going pretty fast. Pretty far. They left a car? That might be a free gift. I assume one of the tires is out, is why it got left. Now, Maxora knows full well Lanren is inside of there. He surely got the information, I would assume, from Juanita. That grenade came up a little bit short, though, in the front of the door. If you can roll it up to the front of the door, you can basically do a bunch of damage to whatever's inside of there. Now Maxora's attention turned to his back, as Gex Ace had to be pushed up into a divot up there. Raining's trying to get some damage, see if he can buy some time for himself to throw a grenade. He does get it off, up and over into the smoke. Ooh. Gets the knock on to Zednon. Xavier coming up on the side, though, gets the knock on to Raining. So a trade here, 1-for-1 between Gex Ace and Solhewan Prince. Maxora taking a bunch of damage. Out duel Xavier. Good shooting from Maxora.
And it's down to Booyahoo and Lockslock to do the deal for Gex Ace. Sparrow is going to be running hot in the motorcycle, and he's going to be parking right in between the scene of action here. Raining gets flushed up by Lockslock, so that's going to leave Juanita to do the job, but he's going to be running away. Maxora is going to be on top of the hill. The nades are getting cooked, but it's going to be thrown away from him. Luckily for him, he gets to hold onto his position for now. The flash is going to fall off a little far back as well.
An interesting rotation here from Juanita. He abandoned the house to regroup with Kim Goni up in the top. He brought a vehicle up there. What exactly is Solhewan Prince's plan right now? I'm a little surprised by that maneuver. Maxora comes down the hill. There's another fight springing between TSG, and I believe that Sadie's down there. Yes, indeed. Sadie's and Doan still on the backside of everything. Now, don't count Maxora out, guys. He hasn't been to an international land before, but this guy is absolutely insane in Korea, is Maxora. So we're looking forward to seeing him. At one point, he was even on PUBG for a very brief amount of time. And now Kim Goni is sent up to the shack, and Lanren finished. So now Juanita has traded places with his teammate. I think Juanita actually might have died. I might have seen a skull over his head there.
shouldn't forget Do1. He knocked out a player from Sadie's with a nade, and
What?
that got stolen away. So Sadie's is now done. Do1's still in this game, still prone down behind the backs of TSG. He's going to stand up now, waiting, lined up. One spray, second one easy, set, and done for Do1.
Incredible stuff here from Do1. What an individual performance. He can sense that someone's coming from his back, but 911 is there in time to save his teammates and finish Do1 off. Got to give a lot of credit to that guy. The Lockslock able to outdo a Kali. Kali down and out very quick there from Lockslock. Good round for this guy so far, picking up a couple big points for GEX Ace. But now they have a tough situation. Soleil 1 Prince, and then once again, Tianba setting up on that same exact hill they had last time. Entis found themselves that southern part of the circle they liked. So a lot of teams doing exactly what they did last round, able to work their positions well. And now Lorena finds Maxora. So things for Soleil 1 Prince falling apart. Kim Go-ni, the only one left.
Kim Go-ni and Sparrow has nowhere else to go. Tianba's controlling the very top of the hill, which happens to be in the center of the circle. Not only that, M200 is in the compound at the edge of the blue circle as well. So they have a pretty good idea of where these two last players are at. 911 even doing worse for Sparrow. He has no more vehicles to work with as that motorcycle is going to be popped of tires. 12 seconds away until we see the blue moving for phase number 6. TSG still 4 up. This could be their game. Tianba still 4 up. This could be yet another their game. Entis is still in this game. Infantry is still in this game too.
Infantry still with 4 as well. So a lot of big name Chinese teams coming at this full force. Sparrow now is going to send it anyway. I think he had to use that motorcycle that lost a tire. I think he just had no other choice, and he's pushing through. Actually, no, did he find another one? I'm not sure. He might be in trouble now. Lorena finds a good angle on top of him.
Oof.
Damage. Lin Shun's going to be the one to finish it. Another point in the bag for Tianba. Another big kill round for them. 7 so far, and we're only in phase 5. Still 23 players alive.
And now T1 is trying to work inside the edge of the circle. They're going to be using the haystacks and the robes of it. Helen's going to be proning down as they know Tianba's right on top of them. But that vehicle is going to be compromised. That tire is popped anytime soon if Tianba looks downwards. But TSG, they are going to start moving too as the blue is right behind their backs. Kim Go-ni gets spotted out. Volley Bear, random spray into the smoke, will catch Kim Go-ni and Soleil Prince out from this game at 7th place.
Yeah, I think he caught just a bit of Kim Go-ni on the edge of the smoke and then just sprayed in there knowing that Kim Go-ni had nowhere else to go. And good work here by TSG as they rotate into Tianba's territory. 2 crates drop in the middle of the field. Could be interesting to see how those play out. There's no way that anybody from T1 is really going to be able to get to those easily. You're going to have to utilize some smokes and other things for sure to get there because the vehicles, as you can see, Tianba is making sure that those are a no-go. Of course, you don't want to allow your teammates, or your opponents to have those. XS knocked from range by Max. Really nice shooting. Tianba continues to just wreak havoc on all the teams in this particular lobby because they have the high ground. They see just about everything. The only thing they really couldn't see was where COC is leaving.
Infantry's now going to move in towards the hills by 12 houses. Little Ghost is in trouble as infantry is completely covering this whole ground, and so he has to get in the vehicle and get going. But where can he even go? The circle is going to be in the fields. This is a nasty circle.
Yeah, this is going to be a grueling one. A lot of players going to be getting on their bellies and crawling around. As still Z9 wants to finish that, or at least maybe get another knock onto COC. COC had to abandon a pretty decent position to try to recover their fallen comrade. Infantry took advantage of that and has regrouped in that forest. Now, the circle did move away from there, so they're going to have to start making their way down the hill. Helen finally makes Z9 pay for all that shooting he's been doing from up there. Gets the knock onto him. I assume that's Resible for Tianba. There's the shack for Entis. That's a nice position they have on the southern edge. Good grenade from Kale. Finds Little Ghost. Little Ghost now in a bit of trouble on the ground. No flush yet for Kale. Kale was already hurt. Takes some damage from Lulu always. Trade potentially coming. XS sending it in that vehicle. XS rolls up next to Kale. It's going to be XS who finds under. Down and out quickly. Just Indigo left for Entis.
Indigo is going to spot out 9, put some damage into him, but what more can he do for Entis? He can probably just hide in there, try to earn more placement points, but this game looks to be out of the hands of Entis now. Now T1 crawling by the trees. Oliver is going to knock out Z9 Max. Tianba now paying for all the dirty they've done. They have to come down the hill now. That's going to be Adder doing more dirty. It's Lin Shen out knocked. He's going to find the second one. No more bullets, but he does have the SKS. Now Nade being popped. That might land right in the face of Lorena. That arch is going to be right at it, but it's going to fall off a little far away.
Yeah, it just took a huge bounce. The arc was too high. The grenade bounced like it had rubber around the outside of it. The rest of T1 still alive. Adder gets even more damage in. Adder, can he see? He saw the backpack. He's going to get the finish. Adder knocks Tianba out of this. The second place team taken down by the first place team. Good moment there for T1 to establish themselves as the top team for now, but there's a team that's interested in trying to claim that throne. It's Infantry rolling up.
Now it's Infantry going for a 2-2 split, and it looks like this is working very nicely. They picked the right timing to do it, but 9-11 is going to put that 3x to the spray, almost finishing the kill onto Boliang, but that was just not there for him. Adder now knocking on Boliang, so that's going to do it for Infantry. More mollies coming through, but I don't think that's going to connect. 9 gets backed off from the smoke, but there's enough of smoke still there for him. The rest of Infantry. Long Skur is going to open up towards Volibear. Good headshot onto him in the vehicle. Zhao Yang finishing the kill for the point there. And now Star-Lord trying to punish Long Skur from that one, but he finds the rock to work with.
How is that man that good? It is just impeccable how good his shooting is Long Skur. Great at flanking, great at finding angles. He's amazing. There's nothing else to say about him. Star-Lord gonna find another kill on to TSG. Adder gets 9 from Infantry knocked there. Good at shooting from him. He continues his hot day. Him and Star-Lord are absolutely all over these leaderboards right now. You can see Infantry still 4, but one of them knocked. T1 has great angles onto Infantry, but the circle moves away from both of them. So they're going to have to re-rotate into this. What is the vehicle situation like? Rex does go down. So that is going to be one death for T1. Infantry goes for the res. They're going to get it. But how are they going to get into this circle too? There's a lot of crossfire between these two teams. The positioning is going to be really important, and maybe COC might open the door for somebody. XS has an AWM.
Champions of competition paid T1 back some benefits they had from them. So that's going to be Rex out and done. That opens up the gate for Infantry to actually move into the next circle. That's going to be Lulu. Oh, he's knocking out Adder, so even worse is going to be T1. Adder finished off by Long Skur. That nade is going to go right on the foot of Star-Lord. T1 is getting shattered apart like glass.
Yeah, T1 had to deal with both of these teams on their flanks. They got sandwiched between COC and Infantry. Infantry taking advantage of that fight, hearing some good, opportunities for themselves, and they're going to finish it off. 9 pokes around, although he does get knocked over by the vehicle. Oh, 9. I don't think there's enough time. No. That circle is going to finish you down, so that is going to be a loss for Infantry, but a fantastic push, and now looking at this, COC may very well end up being the beneficiary of all of this.
Indigo's still in this lobby, so let's see if he can snake a couple kills out from this one. But Infantry, after losing 9, they're still in this lobby. Bol Yang gets to use the medkit in time. Lulu always almost getting the bullets onto Long Skur. Takes him down to half HP, but not more than that. And now, look at how Lulu always is on top of the hut. Like, the way this guy finds angles is insane.
Yeah, really smart play from Lulu always, and now he's going to readjust. He finds a different angle. Is he just going to send it for these crates?
Oh my god.
He wants new gear. You can see his vest is very beat up. Now is Under going to make him pay for this? Because he has been hanging out. Excuse me, Indigo. It's Indigo from OG Anentes, not Under, my bad. Indigo comes out and makes him pay. He had no idea someone was still in there. A perfect grenade finishes the job. The greed is punished for him, and now Indigo takes a bunch of damage, and he tries to peek out, and Long Skur is like, bro, you've been in there long enough, so go back in your home.
This might be Entis taking second place, because these two teams, Infantry and Champions of Competition, have to fight this one out, but Indigo can just chill in his hut, watch some Netflix, and just be like, you guys do it, I'm just going to chill this one out. So Infantry is going to be sending it towards Champions of Competition's way. Molly's being thrown, Nade's being thrown. XS takes a bunch of damage, has to back off, pull the medkit, that Nade's going to fall right next to him. So close, super down low, but he has enough time to pull the medkit. Look at the Molly placements. That's stuck in between. Zhao Yang has a good angle, but some bullets are coming through for him as well. Bol Yang gets knocked out. Long Skur is going to be putting some SLR to work.
Oh my god.
Long Skur's nades are going to knock out XS. How many more players do COC have now?
He's so good. Long Skur is a one-man wrecking crew. Indigo did finish off Boliang. Now he's trying to outdo a Long Skur. No way, Jose. Long Skur too good, too fast. coming up with 5 kills in this round. Now, Lil Ghost has been doing a fantastic job sniping infantry from distance, but the rest of his team has been torn apart in the process. It is just him versus the most dangerous team in the world. Going across, Longsker sees it, Longsker repositioning, but it's going to be Zhao Yang taking him down. Infantry takes the last game of the day to close out day number 1 here at PCS2 Asia.
Day number 1 is evened out. 2 wins towards Korea and 2 wins towards China. So Infantry, after losing that win there in match number 3, is definitely content enough to challenge it for match number 4 and finally take it under their belt.
You couldn't hold them down for too long. This has been a crazy good day. The best teams, the teams that everybody thought would be at the top, have all showed up today. I mean, T1 and OGN, Tianba, and Infantry. I think there was no doubt in anybody's mind that these are the 2 best teams from their respective regions coming into this event, all with wins, all with big days all around. And now Infantry might propel themselves into, I don't know, maybe second spot. It's going to be really tight at the top of this leaderboard.
We're about to see how the match leaderboard looks like in the next couple seconds, and so is the total leaderboard for day number 1. But just for a little quick announcement is that we still have 4 more matches to go tomorrow. Same time, same place. So do stick around, come back tomorrow.
Yeah, please, guys. The games so far have been incredible. This is an amazing kickoff for PCS2. Also, coming up later today or tomorrow, depending on where you live, is going to be NA. And oh boy, I am so excited for that. There is a lot of trash talk going on Twitter right now, and I may or may not be involved in some of it. For those NA teams, but so many good teams there, especially SDK trying to hold on to their championship. And let's take a look at some of this.
Hot
Forever
job.
just whiffed. He whiffed the pump shot, and then Hikari around the corner. But
this push,
why is Hikari not going first here?
I have no idea, but Hikari finally comes in and gets knocked out. Look at the way 4AM kind of managed the aggro. One player pops out, knocks one, no more bullets, he hides, and then another player pops out, does it, and Pignam just pushing it to the molly. I don't know why he did that.
I mean, there was a lot of missteps from both teams in that fight, to be honest. And then let's not forget that Waste almost single-handedly took down a Freak of Freaks. Good grenade from Sadie's, as Sadie's showing a little bit of signs of life as they wipe Element 36 out for the day. And then TSG up on the sides. Solely One Prince, one of their better rounds. A few kills here and there for them, but I'd say a few, I call them awkward rotations, to be honest. Doan, amazing spray transfer.
Doan has been doing this ever since like match number 2. He was snaking hard. Looks like there's nobody better than him right now in terms of snake in the Asian lobby right now.
Yeah, that was nuts. Him or Lil Ghost, man, they've been good at snaking. Lil Ghost was the last one alive again with COC. 3 rounds where he's managed to squeak out extra points for his teammate. And T1 had a good position, but then COC kind of got under their sides, and this opens the door for Infantry.
9 gets knocked out by the exploded vehicle.
I know that's...
And Lulu always a little too greedy. He didn't know that Indigo was in the hut, but you should have been aware of it.
Well, yeah, you should probably assume that someone's in there because it's the last shack in the field, in that circle. So I guess you gotta kind of be thinking about it, but he got tunnel vision. His vest was broken. So in his mind, he's thinking, all right, I'm going to get this level 3 gear, and then we're going to win this thing. We're going to take this. He probably thought everybody else was on that side of the circle, or thought he could get there and get the smoke down fast enough that it wouldn't be a problem. But Indigo, as we mentioned, he has been incredible for Entus during the Korean qualifiers. So that guy comes out, picks up some extra points, gets some good placement points for Entus too.
That was Indigo saving his team there. But this tournament, PCS2 Asia, there's $200,000 on the line. On top of that is going to be 25% of total skin sales from the loot crates.
Yeah, which have already been popping off. And thank you so much for your support on all of that, guys. These teams, these players put on such great performances time and time again. And your support has been wonderful for all of that. And you get some cool skins out of it too. So that's really nice. Man, Asia, dude, the games here are so fun. The games in all the regions are amazing, of course.
Right.
But there's just something special about seeing China and Korea just go back to back, just fighting. It's always a heavyweight boxing match between these two regions. They adjust so well. from game to game. This circle very similar to game number 3 was the final one. And China does a great job readjusting to all of this. They make slightly different decisions. You know, Tianba kind of does the same thing. Infantry kind of does the same thing. But there's timings and other things that allow them to come through and get the victory.
In terms of making adjustments, it was not only the Chinese teams, but the Korean teams also did so. And back in the days, Korean teams were more towards the passive side of playing. But you see right now, it's completely different PCS. It's completely different from PCS1. Everyone is willing to hot drop. VLG hot dropped 4 matches in a row. Yeah, 4 matches in a row. They didn't back out a single time.
VLG has just been fighting everything at the beginning of the rounds today. There's been nothing else for them. It's just VLG, VLG, VLG. So it's, yeah, it was a rough day for them because of that. So next up, NA
North America.
Whoop whoop. Let's go. I'm excited for this. You should be too. There's actually really good teams of players at NA, guys. Don't be like that. This is a really, really good region. A really lot of fun teams and players to watch. Sonic, Shoot to Kill, Oath, they got to be the top 3. Radiance is really, really good with a lot of incredible players on there. So make sure you guys stay tuned for that. That's coming up today, or well, tomorrow if you're in our time zone.
Let's say a couple 4 or 5 hours later. It's probably safer.
I'm going to bed, so I don't know.
Yeah. You go to bed. I'm going to watch that thing, but
well, it'll probably be on like when I wake up, most likely.
Hopefully,
but about around that time is when it'll be on. But I'm excited for it regardless. It's always great. I mean, the finish for PCS1 and NA was the best last day of an event I've ever seen. So
Luke 12 is smiling.
Oh yes, he is. What an incredible tournament that was. So you guys want to make sure you tune in for that. And then we've got APAC and EU coming up on the weekends. It's great. 3 weeks of this time around. So I'm excited. It has been so much fun here today. I'm a little worried. My voice is starting to feel. I can kind of a little bit of the tingle in there. So, you know, because it was so crazy today. It just like nonstop action.
But it looks like we're going to be giving you 20% more games if you order right now. So we're going to be giving you 24 games, not 20. 4 more games as we have 3 weeks of 4 games.
Buy now. Buy.
1-800.
I'm buying on Infantry because they're really good.
21 points, 11 huge kills. Once again, is Infantry putting themselves up the name in the leaderboard.
You just couldn't hold them down for too long, and they were always hanging around. As is Tianba, as is T1, as is Entus. They're just always there because they're so good. They're so consistent. Tons of kills in the bags for those Chinese teams. 1, 2, 3 there for them. No surprise. Those guys are incredible. Solely One Prince finally getting some placement points and some kill points for themselves. Gex Ace gets 6 kills. That's something. And Champions of Competition putting themselves on the board. And it is going to be T1. Still on top by 5 points over Infantry, who have leapfrogged into second place. Tianba and then OGN. All 4 of your wins are going to be the top teams for the day. And your top fraggers as well. So, guys, make sure you stay tuned for more PCS2 events, NA, and then once again, Asia, same time, same place. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. We'll see you again tomorrow.